Thanks. I'm seeing that.
But
I
these
wondered
days,
how long
you never know.
saw that.
I just sat in my seat. I didn't even look at this paper secondary.
Yes. Did you get it? So that come.
Would you give me the number? Put on the line, I have my phone name. I have her name.
You took a picture of it, you didn't take the sticky, you said you lose it.
That's all I needed, went for a refresh. No, I have to do it. I did think about it. I'll sleep off the down, got the bed, you know, chaos. You're betting man, well. Betting? You're betting man? Sure. What do you think? A little bit. Over under 3 hours.
I think.
Yeah, that'll be. Looks like it.
People.
Yeah, exactly. Slow used to do that.
So. John Valley in him. I don't remember.
Yeah. People must be concerned about something, you know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's been talked about several times. Still trying to figure that out, I guess. Welcome. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Good.
How are you?
Yeah, we're definitely. I'm surprised. Oops, that was the wrong way.
You have to stand up and. Hold on.
So if you want.
Yes, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
And then I thought maybe I goofed up on myself. Okay, don't worry about it. The flag, it's the state flag.
From the viewpoint of on the ground.
I guess we'll you can look at it and see it. I guess.
Yeah.
Welcome. You're at the Providence City Council meeting on Wednesday, May 15th. 24. Have I started over? Okay. So thank you for coming and being here. I love to see a room full of people. I'm Kathleen Alder, I'm the mayor. We have No, I have to, we're gonna start on this side, no. We've got Jeff Nebaker, Brent Speth, Janelle Seeley, Carrie Kirk, and David Coons. So, we're happy to have people here. We have, Jeff Nebaker, who's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and our opening prayer will be by Jeff Nebaker, or excuse me, by Brent Speth.
Please rise and repeat the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, it is with much gratitude that we come together, being blessed with the liberties of this nation and the liberties of our community to be able to assemble ourselves together and to make laws and ordinances to govern ourselves. We're grateful for citizens who will come and participate and be involved, share their ideas and input with us. We're grateful, Father in heaven, for this beautiful place we live. We love it, Father in heaven, and all of us want the best for it. We pray humbly this night as we deliberate, make decisions, that we might be guided, we might be influenced by thy Holy Spirit, and we might have the power of discernment to discern which is best and what is the best way to go about the work before us. We thank thee for all things, Father in heaven. We say this humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll do the council reports now. We do the council reports at the beginning. We were asked to do that by some of our citizens, and so they don't have to wait till midnight to hear what everybody else has to say. So, David, let's start with you.
So not so much to report this time, of course, another mosquito abatement meeting. We didn't really go into a lot as we have in the past, so it was a shorter meeting. Ryan and I met with, along with Janelle, we talked about some budget issues upcoming and just kind of got a feel for how that's planned out and what we're doing and what it's going to look like. That's about it for me right now.
Thank you. I did see an email that talked about, is it a new kind of fogger that they have? It was showing pictures of the fogger that they put in the back of the truck.
Yeah, they did get one that runs on a different kind of
Power.
what's it called? I can't remember. Different kind of carburetor is what it was. So, and they were excited about it, hoping to save some costs and things like that. But it did cost a little bit too.
What's the payback on it, right?
Right.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I've got a few things to report. First of all, the June council meeting date has been moved from the 19th to the 26th. And I am going to be in remote Wyoming on the 26th, which is totally fine with me to miss, as long as there aren't other council members that are going to have to miss as well. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Youth council applications are coming due on May 31st. They're also planning a dance for June 7th, and I'm looking for chaperones. So anyone want to come chaperone youth dance, council members or citizens? I would love to have volunteers. I spent a day with the mayor at the Cache Valley Economic Summit, and it was really interesting to hear the statistics that were presented. And I was particularly impressed by an economist and statistician from the U that presented on the unique things about Cache Valley, unique to the state and even unique to the country, like what makes Cache Valley unique. And she did it through economics and statistics is how she presented it. And so I felt like that was worthwhile. There were also good presentations on water and transportation and of course, housing shortages. I know that most, if not all of the council members have met with citizens on the Safe Routes to School sidewalks, and grateful to Ryan and the staff for working with them on saving the trees that they're worried about. I've also had correspondence with the city concerning the turning lane on 300 South, and I can see why the citizens aren't happy with that. That the citizens on that street aren't happy with that. But as even you look at the budget and see that there'll be a future roundabout there and that traffic is expected to increase, I decided to make that turning lane, or that 300 South route, my route to and from home for the last couple of weeks. And I found the parking on the street to be more of a problem than the turning lane, which I'm sure is not what the citizens wanted me to find as I researched that route. But I have been looking into it. And then I just want to give a shout out to Ryan and Rob. Each Monday as my garbage is collected, I want to give them a standing ovation. Things that were completely out of their control happened, so we didn't have trucks here, but they are getting our garbage hauled, and I bet not a single citizen off of the council realizes how much effort has gone into saving every home in the valley money by doing our own garbage. And, Brian hasn't shied away from taking on projects that will save the citizens money. Like, it would have been easy to hand that over to another government entity that we wouldn't have control. But they deserve an applause and a standing ovation for making that change happen and for saving the citizens of Providence. So that's my somewhat long report, but I've been busy working on council.
I feel like I want to echo a lot of things that Carrie said as well. So grateful for the efforts being made on garbage, particularly in the last few months where we've had a lot of speed bumps, and I've never been so happy to pull up an empty trash can up my driveway.
Seriously, I hear that truck and I'm like, whoa, they did it. The truck.
It's the things, the little things we're grateful for. I'm also going to be absent on the 26th of June. I will be out of town, camping with some youth, but I'm planning to join via Zoom, so I should be able to find some service for that. I also met with Mark Hurd and Ryan. We discussed the city's relationship and agreements with the county library system. He is on the county library board with me. He represents the county council on that. And I learned some really interesting things about the history of the library that I think will be pertinent as we go forward, trying to set a vision for the future, 100 years of the Cache County Library. So I also met with a lot of residents on 100 East to discuss their concerns with the sidewalk. So hopefully we're continuing that dialogue and trying to come up with solutions there. I've talked to a lot of citizens on 4th East with landscaping concerns, wrapping up their road improvements last fall. And I finished my open public meeting training. Just good. The budget thing with Dave. So just trying to do what we can to do a good job for our citizens. That's it. Brandon.
Well, too, I'd like to echo some of the things that have been said, especially meeting with the citizens on 100 East, trying to deal with their concerns and be able to consider the concerns of getting children safely to school, working out solutions there. And I also want to give a shout out to Ryan and Rob for the garbage collection, the way it's gone. Like we said, we've had a few problems, but the average citizen has no idea that what the problems were. Those two have solved them, take care of them. Our garbage has been collected, and that's what you call successful leadership. And both the public works and the city manager in our city and I'm happy with what they're doing. Couple of things on emergency management. Ryan and I have talked with me, having more time now beginning in June, we're gonna meet monthly on emergency management stuff. Get ourselves, to the point where we feel like that Ryan's been good. He's done a lot. The one that needs to be brought up to speed and kept up to speed with emergency management. I do attend some meetings that he doesn't, and we'll work together. I attend the county council emergency management meeting, but via Zoom. And the things that are pressing right now is, we will be experiencing runoff, whether that is going to be extreme or whether that's going to be able to be kept in check inside the creek bed. Anybody who borders the creek bed certainly ought to be looking at the property where they're at, making sure sticks and debris and stuff like that can be pulled out of the creek so that it doesn't block the creek. I'd encourage the citizens to take responsibility to do that and not wait for the city to come along and pull that stuff out. They can help us out that way. That'd be great. Also, as we've had a good wet spring, there's a lot of tall green grass in those communities that have, or those homes that have grass around them, tall grass. They need to keep a good defensible area around their home, protect their home, be vigilant and looking out for themselves. So that's probably, there is one other thing. There's a CERT training class for anybody who's interested, which will begin in Smithfield beginning June 25th. So anybody who's not taking advantage of a CERT opportunity training, they need to get with us. We can get you with Smithfield. Jeff Peterson is kind of heading that up, the former fire chief, and there'll be CERT training in Smithfield.
Great. As a result of all the things that we've been talking about for emergency preparedness, Lance and I are looking at where we're gonna meet. There's only two of us, but we're likely to be on either end. So where's gonna be the middle point? And he said, how come you're asking me that? But it's important to know where you're gonna meet. Especially if you're working in other parts of the city. And so it might not be the middle ground, but it's the safe ground, I guess. So anyway, thanks for your efforts.
You bet.
Jeff?
Also 100 East met with citizens, came up with a few solutions. Haven't had any feedback on those solutions yet, but I guess we'll just keep working with that process. I think there are really good solutions that we can come up with. A thought I've had since I've been on here, I'm not sure how the master plan works. But I was kind of thinking it might be a good idea to open up that master plan, maybe once every 4 years, and look at it, and if things need to be adjusted, and just as we open up ordinances each month. There's a way of opening up a master plan and rethinking some things.
Yeah, there's
It
a
might be a
process.
good idea,
We have a
so,
process, so.
right, I mean,
And
a process
they're aware of it.
through the council, through the mayor, through the manager. So if there's a way we can start doing that at least once every 4 years, it might be a good idea. I also with 100 East, I'd communicated with Brittany Foster with Cache County School District and just made her aware of that situation for safe routes. And so she's gonna connect with the principal and they'll talk about safe routes also. She also mentioned that they'll be forming a committee in the fall for the new schools and 6th grade. Right now they have 140 volunteers on that committee, but she's trying to figure out parent volunteers, but she's trying to figure out a way that they can make it less than 140 parent
Executive
volunteers.
committee comes to mind.
So, right, hopefully we can, have a couple of parents from the cities that are most affected on that committee. Providence being one. Yeah, and just a lot of time looking at the master plan, the budget, and everything on the agenda, that's all.
Okay.
There's a lot to look at, it seems like. So,
I'm sure that you get this, but I get the agenda for the school board meeting, which is tomorrow night.
yeah, I go to those and I can watch them online, and after going to a few of them, I'll probably skim through them. I get a lot of information through email, working with the school district, but sitting through the meetings is kind of a waste of time. So I'll probably start skimming through the recording and talking to Brittany Foster, and
They did send out their annual report from
I
twenty
read every
twenty-three.
word of that in one of the
You
meetings.
did?
Yeah, probably 3 times because the meeting was that exciting. So,
Now you got a hard copy.
no,
In
yeah,
case you need to
I got
refer
it,
back anything.
I got that one memorized. And then I haven't had any updates on the other committee, which we're swapping property with Millville. No updates on that one, so,
We haven't had any.
but when we have another meeting, I'll let you know.
Millville is the one driving that, so I guess we kind of have to wait for them to
Okay.
come forward.
Maybe I'll reach out to them.
Okay, great. For my report, I can echo everything that everyone else has said. I won't repeat it all, but I'm involved in every one of those things as well as other things throughout the state. And we, as we look at our city and what we're doing and our fiscal responsibility and all the things that we have going on that are for the good of the city, the citizens should be really happy with what we have because it's amazing. And I'm grateful for the staff that we have, the good team members that are working on your behalf to make things run smoothly and to make sense. So thanks to our council members as they take a portion of those on and help us come to solutions. I will entertain a motion on the minutes on item number 1. So these are the minutes of April 17th, 2024.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes from April 17th, 2024.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
I,
Thank you. We come to the public comment section. This is something that not all councils do, but we have opted to have our citizens speak to us about things that are not on the agenda. Because we have so many people in the room, I'm going to limit you to 3 minutes. Ty will time that and he'll let us know, and when your 3 minutes are up, you're done. So we'd like to hear from you, but please keep your comments short and have, if someone else has already said that, you can say, you know, I feel the same as this other person has already commented on, so that, because we have a long agenda tonight. And I think thinking that we might not get out of here till midnight, so please keep your comments short and to the point. And so at this point, I will open that up. If you've signed the register to say if you want to speak. David. There you go.
Can I make one more comment? I don't,
No.
this is,
Yes, you can.
I'm not saying that we don't try to do this, but I'm not looking forward to a midnight meeting.
Me either.
So,
That's why I'm limiting what people, how much time people can take.
no, like, I don't mind public taking, like, they have their time limit, but just us, our goal is to get it done. Yeah, like the mosquito meeting, you know what I'm talking about. They are in and out, right?
And that's my goal. That's why we don't need to repeat a bunch of things.
I'd love to hear.
Carrie, tell me who the first one on the list that wants to talk.
Steph and Jeffrey Brown.
Okay. Yes, please come up, state your name so that we can get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to speak. My name is Jeff Brown. I'm representing my family, who is property owner on First East. We've been there 70 years or something. And it was interesting to hear y'all speak to working out solutions or working on solutions with this sidewalk project. No one's reached out to my family, period. So, and we're substantially impacted by this. Be nice to get agenda item in the future for next meeting or something so that the citizens who have concerns could have them understood by the council and perhaps get some help resolving what's being proposed there, because some pretty dramatic proposals being made. I've learned about them within the past 3 hours, basically en route to get here. And hopefully we can alter the path that it's currently on.
Let me just give you a very easy way to get information about our council meetings. On the Utah website, it's utah.gov /
Utah Public Meeting Notice website.
And so if you sign up for that, you will get every one of our agendas. And then you can go on our website, or the Providence website, and you can read our minutes or you can listen to the meeting. So there's a ton of information available to you that you, if you want it, can get it.
Yeah, expect more involvement.
Awesome, awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't call that meeting. Citizens in the area called the meeting. I'm sorry I wasn't invited, but we didn't organize a meeting.
Right. The meeting didn't come from us, so.
I'm not sure what meeting you're talking about, but it would be helpful if the council would consider an agenda item for a future meeting so that the citizens could have an opportunity to
He's not,
communicate concerns.
okay, when you need to talk, you need to come to the mic, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, this agenda item, this First South happened a long time ago, so it wasn't, I mean, 100 East.
You haven't communicated to the property owners, period.
We're not doing anything off of city property. Everything that we're doing is on city property. So that needs to be clear to the property owners,
You
the
haven't,
adjacent property owners.
you haven't communicated to the property owners in the vicinity of the project what is about to take place. It is dramatic what's about to take place. And there's been no communication to the property owners adjacent to what's gonna happen. And it's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate.
We appreciate your comments, thank you. Okay, the next one. Hal?
Hal Hanson, I live here in Providence. Just want to point out a couple of things that have been made known to me about the disc golf course. There have been instances that I have been told about that people are going up there, spreading blankets on the floor or on the ground, having a little picnic. I don't think people realize how dangerous it is up there. If they're up there and there are people playing, those golf discs can hurt. I mean, really hurt. They're thrown at many miles an hour. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that. There's also been 2 or 3 times that they found temporary made fire pits for people to have a little barbecue or hot dog roast or something on the golf course. So just I wanted to make you aware of that. The other thing, who is the one that is responsible to pick up the garbage cans and empty them up there on the golf course? Is that a city thing, or is the golf course people supposed to do that themselves? I had somebody ask me that.
Rob, Ryan,
Do you know?
I think our temporary goes and picks them up, do they?
We have a temporary employee that picks up there's only the one can as far as the golf or the disc golf course goes, is right there
Okay.
by the bridge, which is also the dog waste
Okay,
station.
okay. As far as these things that are happening up there on the golf course, just I know how you like to hear a possible solution when I bring up, issues. I don't know how often the city workers come and go from the city sheds up there, but, that's my suggestion. As they come and go, maybe, take 2 minutes and, take a look up there, or walk up a little bit and see what's happening, if there's people up there picnicking or, fire pits or whatever, that kind of thing, that maybe that would be a way to maybe solve the problem.
Okay,
Okay? That's
thanks.
all I have.
Brent Cromer?
Hi, my name is Brent Cromar, currently the president of the Providence Highlands Community Association, 70 homeowners up there. With our board, we have found we are right on a crust line, basically, of the rock fall area. And some of our members basically are in line with those boulders. So I appreciate the opportunity of sending out an invitation. I want to listen to what we're going to say so that we can report back to our board and our members, basically what's going to happen with those boulders that Mr. Bassett has. I have visited with him. I've asked him what he's going to do. I'm not getting the answers I would like to have. We're looking for some safety issues that are coming out. So I'm very anxious to hear what we're going to be looking at and how that's going to be handled. Offline a little bit, we've got a thing called 450 north, 1000 south, Millville. What can we do as homeowners, as our board, to get Millville off of their dime, to get that road taken care of?
Boy, if you've got a solution, we'd love to hear it.
I'm looking for solutions, basically. We have written safety, county, and city, and we haven't heard anything at this point. So we've got people that have asked us about it, and we're trying to find some answers for it. Appreciate the information. Oh, one other thing. You've been very responsible in turning on and off our water as we wanted for a recreation area in Terra Blanca. Basically, she is really great and done a great job for us. Thank you.
We love to hear the positive things. Thank you. Okay. Nicolai?
Shorter here. Hi, I'm Nicolai Nelson. I am one of the residents on 100 East that many of you have spent time with us, and I really appreciate that. We are very concerned about the things that are happening to our street. And we are excited to work with the city to come up with a plan that makes things safe for our children to get to the school, keeps the school safe, and keeps the historic essence of downtown. So I'm excited to work with you guys. There's a few of us here, so thank you.
Thanks. Casey Webb?
It's Casey Weiss,
Weeks.
yes. So I don't know, maybe I signed up to talk at the wrong time, but I'm concerned about changes to the retaining wall.
Oh, let's wait till we get that.
Okay,
We'll get-
that's great. I
Okay.
can wait.
Okay, thank you. Mitch?
You just
He just walked down. Okay. I don't. Not sure. If you decided you want to talk, but that's an item that we have on the agenda, so we would wait until we get to that item on the agenda. Not having any other comments, I will close that portion of the meeting and we'll move to item number 2, which is a tentative budget public hearing. This is for the opening of the budget when we have a budget item, each year we open it and leave it open for a year, excuse me, for 30 days, not a year. And we take comments for that 30 days, and then we will take that feedback, make whatever changes need to be made, and then in our next meeting, which will be a little bit more than a month from now, we will have another public hearing, and then we will vote on it. So, we will take comments on the public hearing, after we have an explanation by our, what are you, city manager?
Well, thank you. Let me just introduce the budget here. Like you said, this is kind of the first step in the process. So we open up the budget and give you an idea of what's there. And then take feedback throughout the next month and incorporate those in. And as we get that and incorporate that, then we bring it back, and then you can make any modifications and changes. But we'll have another public hearing at that point. Just to run through a little bit of the budget. And I have it in Excel sheets here just for purposes to show a little different. But this is where the document has been generated from, is from these Excel sheets. So at this point, we generally expect that the following budget items drive the budget. So we consolidate the items into a list of possible budget in brief. And by and large, what we try to do is maintain the current level of service. Any additional level of services that you've requested, similar to garbage, fibers, we've added it, and others. So we take the current level of service and work to provide it, and then provide any new ones, and then make any changes to that. At this point, we expect that the health insurance and other related costs have an annual increase of about 8%. The employee share remains the same. We're expecting a cost of living adjustment of approximately 6% and a market differential of about 6%. That's certainly up to discussion. And just so you're aware that we'll have another separate public hearing specifically on wages as determined by the legislature this year. We'll have a specific hearing on that in our June meeting. That one will have its own public hearing as we move forward. Most revenue we expect to rise by 2%. We've had different things come in as far as property tax and other revenue. We have sales tax that's trending. We watch that over the last 15 years and watch and keep track of where that trends. We expect a 3% rise year over year in the B&C road fund. This comes from the state to fund our maintenance on our roads. We have property tax. We'll have new developments. We've had a new business come in. We've had a few other homes built, and this drives that revenue of property tax. Most expenditures are expected to increase by about 3% as we go. And the telecommunications tax, this is the telephone use, and a lot of landline has continued to decline. The landline use declines, and that revenue declines at about 10% year over year. We are looking to add, and we have added this with last year's budget, and because of the lateness of it, it'll really flow into next year. And that is having a dedicated part-time code compliance position. And then really we look to follow each of the general plan and each of the various master plans. We take those master plans, they each come with a capital improvement plan, and we break that down up into the next 5 years and what might be beyond 5 years. So you'll see this budget document is a 5-year outlook. So we budget this year plus another 4 years. And we have a 4-year history, and then we keep a 12-year history of that as we look backward and forward.
So anyway, at each one of those, there's a few things that we've looked at. And we can go through each one. I'll just briefly go through some of those and then open it up and can answer questions as things move on. So we also have in here the organizational chart. You can see how the city is organized and where the departments sit. And we've added names so that people can understand, keep a name to what's happening.
Ryan,
Yep.
let's tell the audience how to get this on their phone. If you go to our website and go to, what is it?
Meetings and
The
agenda.
Meetings and agendas. Click on the agenda for tonight. And at the end of the agenda, there is a link. Is item number 10. You click on that and then you can get this on your phone.
Yes, correct. Yep, sorry.
Thank you, sorry.
So organizational fund, we separate each of our utility funds into different enterprise funds. We have a culinary water, sewer, stormwater, secondary water, waste and recycle, garbage, and fiber. And they work as their own business enterprise unit. So we act as if they are their own business. They have their own budget, their own balance sheets, and so they act independent. And then the general fund, well, anyway, the enterprise fund is traditionally and by and large funded by user fees. So at that point, somebody that uses water pays for the water, that pays for the expenses, and those are self-contained in there. The governmental fund is your primary funded by sales tax and property tax and other taxes, but those are the two primary taxes that fund your general fund. And you'll see, we break that up in administration, public works, and finance and records. Here is the budget as far as the detail of there. As I said, you'll see that the fiscal year 2025 is in the center. It shows the 3 previous years here, the 4 in the future that we expect. You'll see that as required by state law, everything included in the budget brings us to a balanced budget on our general fund. And each of the different funds we have are projected to cover their costs plus. We have no funds operating in the red. We expect each fund to be able to produce its own revenue and provide for its own expenses and to build a reserve for future capital expenses. We have a compensation schedule. As we talked, there is adjustments made. This one will have its own public hearing. But we do expect, this is a little different in presentation, and so I'm curious, the presentation, generally we do it by annual salaries. This one's done by hourly as a comparable. Be happy to do either of the options. It just was made sense there to do it. We have looked and compared, and this is where the market analysis comes in. We've compared with the median income in Providence and how it has changed over the years. And you'll see that based on that median income and the growth of the median income and our comparables, that kind of flows. So based on our history over the last 5 years, that comparable to the median of Providence has fallen. So that's the additional market adjustment this year, and to try to accommodate, not to fully fix that, but to accommodate for that growth that's happening. Sales tax, as I said, we have 10 years worth of sales tax history. We watch that on a trend. You can see that this is kind of the lifeblood of our revenue. And you can see, and from month to month, we can watch how that revenue grows, and we have a pretty good way of predicting that. Our debt, we have only 2 funds or 2 loans. We have a fiber loan at 2.06% and a water tank loan at 1.5%. We've taken those out so that can be paid over time by the users, and both of those are paid by subscribers at this point. Then we go into here, this one's an interesting one, just to highlight. At that point, I've unhid this from what the budget is on the document that you have. Just to kind of highlight what we've accomplished. So some of the things we've gotten done this year, we've had some computer upgrades, we've had some monitor and equipment upgrades. We have a new electronic, and I know that those are in light colors, and so I apologize if they can't be read there. But I'm just kind of going through kind of the information of what we've done. We have a new EV charger station at Zollinger Park that we've put in, that was budgeted and we put in. We added AEDs to the city office and to the city shop in order to have emergency responses. We've upgraded backhoe. We've upgraded some of our equipment. We've upgraded the trails. We put in several miles of trails this year. We've added a 1 mile track to Zollinger Park. We've replaced a Kubota. We've purchased quite a bit of well, this one, more of the bike lane, more of that improvement to the bike lanes. We've had an expansion to our city shop. We've added a new city shop for covering our equipment. We've added 4 new pickleball courts that should be finished by the end of this week. So we've added that, largely funded by RAPS. We've added and we continue to add and improve the sidewalks and curb and gutters. We've done numerous street improvements. One of the focuses this year was on Cherrywood, the 540, 580, and 75 West streets. We've improved 4th East, Stonehenge. We've replaced a number of water connections and water services. We've put in new water lines in several of our different streets. We've purchased new trucks for garbage. We purchased the cans and the dumpsters. And we have nearly completed our fiber network. And so we've accomplished a great deal and continue to expect to accomplish quite a bit more. Maybe not as aggressively as we have in this year and the previous year. But you can look, you know, we've kind of estimated what we think we'll accomplish as far as the park trail and recreation. Just one item, Brager Park. We are prioritized on RAPS to have that funded through a grant. And I just saw that today. And so we're expected to improve the playgrounds up there. And then, you know, we've gone and done a lot of bike lane to get started in that. At this point, we're taking a year off to see how that works out, to kind of learn and to grow. So we don't have anything planned in that one, but we're learning and saying, okay, what went well, what didn't go well. And so we're looking and see what can happen there. Our transportation plan, this is the projects that we expect that will be accomplished between the next 5 and 30 years. So we anticipate projects over the next 30 years. And between 2030 and 2050, we've achieved those between 2022 and 2030. We've kind of accomplished some of those range. So we'll have some of these large projects we'll save up for, and we don't really have a large project projected for another few years. We'll do some maintenance and regular maintenance and then come back to these. But having this allows us to look for grant funding and plan accordingly. So then the fleet, we have a few things we're trying to acquire. We should have our Vector truck. We should have our other trucks hopefully by the end of June for garbage. And then you can see water, sewer, storm drain projects, secondary water project, maybe out there in a few years. Coming back into Jeff's point, we do project, to have master plans every 4 to 7 years. We try to do that. Ideally, we'd have you review a master plan at least once in a term. So when you're elected a 4-year term, and we try to be able to see that we've done a lot of those to get us up to this point. And we expect that every 4 to 7 years at least, you'd see all the plans of that period of time. So we do expect that. So, some of these that we're kind of, looking at secondary water plan, and then a waste and recycle plan, that's trying to project some of those things out. Fiber, mostly is complete. We'll talk about a little bit of that later on. And that kind of takes us to the general of the budget. Tried to summarize that very quickly. I apologize to give an overview, but then allow the public to whatever comment they'd like. So
Great.
there you go.
Thank you, Ryan. This is a public hearing, so, again, with the numbers of people that we have in here, we'd like to have you keep your comments short. It will be open for 30 days. You'll have an opportunity to send your comments in if you have comments that you want to send in, and we will have an additional public hearing at our June meeting, which is June 26th. So I have, let's see. I've got Jeffrey Brown down.
Maybe ask who wants to come in.
Who wants to comment on, who signed up to comment on this
Budget.
budget? Mitch, you signed up to talk about budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. Thank you very much. Mitchell Shook, with Advanced Stream, also property owner, resident here in Providence. I was wondering if our city manager could show the fiber subscriber tab on that budget. I didn't quite see that. I just want
I'd be
to,
happy to.
if it has anything on it.
It's not
I
printed
just-
as part of it, but I want to show it.
Okay,
So I
Just,
do
uh,
include a lot of things in here.
Okay, great. Fantastic. So this has been the most amazing project of my life, and my whole life's been dedicated to public broadband. And what's been done here in the city of Providence is unprecedented. The recognition of broadband as a utility is a first in America. We're looking at the creation of a public utility that hasn't happened since electricity 140 years ago. It's an incredible responsibility. This is a vital part of everybody's lives now, and it's life and death type of a thing. We have customers that wear heart monitors, and if this network goes down, people can't go to work, they can't go to school, they call, I get that phone call. We had a fiber cut last night because it was only buried 2 inches, unfortunately. When that poor family went without TV and entertainment, couldn't get their homework done, and it was repaired immediately this morning. Thank goodness, Strata, we've got a great contractor, and it's an incredible project, but an ominous responsibility. And even though we're taking a victory lap because we're far ahead of any projections, and the city widely has embraced and loved this project, we should never rest on these laurels. We must be vigilant in funding this beyond all measure until the $8 million is paid off. And we're allowed to be paid off, and we can collect interest on that 2%. I won't sleep well at night because I know the usage is exploding. And it's not just because of the pandemic. We're using 500% more bandwidth than we were 4 years ago. So we're going to see stresses on the network. There's going to be unexpected increases in budgets in the future, and needs to keep this vital asset running. And I just wanted to point out that, we must be vigilant in funding. We might think, oh, we're ahead of it and it's working and we don't need to fund it. That's not the case. It's so critical to so many people. And it's life and death in many cases. So please never take your eye off the prize. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. We like to hear positive stuff. Okay, anyone else for the budget? Mayor Drew? Former Mayor Drew.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. By the way, before I get started, I want to apologize. I wear hearing aids. I went through a medical episode last year and I lost part of my hearing. And this is not an excuse. This is a real story. I lost my golden retriever, 15-month-old golden retriever, ate my hearing aids. So
Oh, no.
seriously.
Like it.
So you can't just go down to the hearing aid store and buy a set of hearing aids. So I'll try my best. I have 2 things I want to talk
Okay, you
about.
know you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
You know you have 3 minutes.
2 now.
Okay, I want to talk about 2 things though.
Okay,
Okay, I still only have 2 minutes
and their budget?
on the budget. Okay, a couple things. I want to talk about fiber. I want to comment on this
Okay,
gentleman.
well, fiber's coming out, so that's an agenda item. Yes, you may speak on that later.
But
I just, it's not, has to do with the agenda item. What I want to say, and Ryan and I had a discussion about fiber, and I had some questions about it. And I said, you know, there's this group out there that's challenging any municipal government that's bringing fiber to their city because they think it's a mistake. And they're attacking Utopia, which is a different business model than what we adopted here in Providence. So what I volunteered to do is put a package together, submit it to Ryan in draft form, something that we can possibly send out to the residents that address those particular questions that this group is bringing up about why municipal governments don't want to do it. It's a disaster that city of Provo spent all this money and then sold their network for $1 or something like that at great loss to the city residents. Anyway, the other thing I want to get to what you said and what Ryan said. You said the budget is open for 30 days for comment. Right?
We generally
Okay.
take comments for 30 days. That's what we've done.
For 30 days. Does that mean you hold off approving it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Because you've got an agenda item on here to approve it tonight.
so you approve the tentative as a starting point and approve the tentative.
Okay.
And this was the same that we did with you as mayor, and it's the same, but it's not the final. So the approval of a tentative as a tentative is approval as a tentative, and then it's open, but at that point.
So there will be another public hearing.
Yes, there's a public hearing at the final, and then the final gets approved.
So in June, you'll have public hearing on the budget, you'll have a public hearing on the pay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. But this is just the.
So since the mayor said I've only got so much time and I want to talk about pay, you know why I'm here. My wife is out of town, she couldn't be here. She asked me to do this, so, but, I think what I'll do is I'll put my
We'll
question,
start your 3 minutes right now.
my 2 minutes are
Your
right.
3 minutes. Yeah, we'll start. Stop it.
So,
You're wasting your
so
time.
anyway, here's what I'll do. I have some questions. I'll put them in writing and I'll submit them between now, next council meeting, so the council knows what my questions are and what I'm gonna bring up. It'll make it easier. And so what I've got here is probably gonna take over 3 minutes.
That works for us.
And I'm sure you're gonna limit me to 3 minutes when we get to agenda item number 10. The other thing is, what some cities do, and I think the county council does, is where's an agenda item for, you really can't hear me?
We really can't hear
My
you.
ears can hear me. When there's a public hearing, there's immediately after that, there's an agenda item to discuss, deliberate, and vote on that same item. You said we might be here till midnight. We've got some neighbors here that can't sit here more than a couple hours and asked if they could move that agenda item up, modify the agenda and have it sooner than midnight.
Well, we're not modifying the agenda tonight. Well.
I mean, change the item.
Right,
I mean, move it up. I'm not saying change the verbiage.
okay.
Which agenda item did you say?
Number
Sorry?
10. That's approving the tentative budget. Approving that we're opening it.
Item number 10, that they asked, they want to be here to listen to it. And they want to know if they could move it up, because one gentleman, he said, I can't sit here for 2-3 hours. So it's not changing the item, it's changing the order. Just so it comes
around.
early in the evening before the sun goes down. Mayor Calderwood wanted to be here tonight. He will be 90 next year. And, but he said after 5 o'clock, he just doesn't function. His doctor told him count his blessings that he's still on earth to listen.
Okay. Is there any objection to doing that? Do we need a motion to change that?
You need a motion. Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion that we bring item number 10 then at this point in time.
I don't think
I
so.
guess
I
so.
think we should approve the 2 people for
Oh,
the
yeah.
position.
Yes, that's a good.
And
idea.
then, because, yeah,
They're here for that.
they're here for that
Yeah,
purpose.
I agree with you. Let's see where we could put it in for the agenda.
Yeah, let's think about it. for a
But
second.
they're practicing for their new roles.
They might want to stay here all night.
You also have the rezone that usually is a very large interest one. We have the retaining wall, that's a large interest one,
Right.
parking regulations that are a large interest one. I'm sure that there will be some interest in them. We tried to prioritize the agenda according to what we thought would be the largest interest items.
Well, and the budget, you can hear the discussion about the budget. You can pull it up online anytime in the next month. And putting comments in writing is awesome. Like putting your questions in writing so that we can respond to them and resolve concerns is really great.
Good way to do it.
Number 10 is not final. So there's a whole month to comment and email.
Right, what we're approving tonight is just the tentative.
It's not any
like,
different
it's
than
not
what you've
the budget.
seen.
We're not approving the budget,
There'll
that's
probably be
next
more
month.
discussion on it
Next
when
month.
it's final from the public and us.
Providence City's getting more complex.
I don't think so.
Okay, by the way, one last thing and I'll sit down. There's a young lady I came in and sat down next to, young lady sitting up in the front row. Her grandfather was the first mayor of Providence City.
That's cool.
Awesome. That's why we've selected her for what we've selected. Okay, so you're good that we don't bring it forward because it's not gonna be anything any different. We're just gonna approve that it's open for 30 days. Okay,
You can.
and again, you can listen to it online and read the minutes. Okay, so is there anyone else that wants to speak on the budget? Okay, I'll close item number 2, seeing that there are no other comments. And we'll go to item number 3. Item number 3 is PCC 5-4-12 retaining wall regulations, public hearing. Providence City Council will take comments and questions from the public regarding proposed amendments to PCC 5-4-12, which establishes retaining wall regulations. So, let's hear some information about that and then I will take comments. Scarlett?
I'm just gonna use this one if that's all right.
Do you want to pull a chair over so you can sit?
No, this will
Okay.
be fine.
Okay.
It's just the first 5 steps, so anyway, I think I picked up the wrong one. I did. Sorry, gotta take 10 steps. I picked up the rezone, sorry.
That's okay.
The retaining walls. The planning commission has been looking at retaining walls. Providence City has had hills and they've built on hills for quite a few years. But the past 5 or 6 years, the type of landscaping that's been done has brought in a lot of retaining walls, a different element. And so a few years ago, we actually didn't have hardly anything in our code regarding retaining walls. Thus, people could pretty much do what they wanted and relied very heavily on the building code. The building code requires anything over 4 feet tall. And when the building code's looking at it, they're looking from the bottom of the footings to the top of the wall to get a building permit and perhaps get engineering. We realized that many walls were going up without going through that process. Oftentimes they were going up in backyards or whatnot, and we didn't see them until it was too late, things like that. So we did put some things in our code a few years ago on retaining walls. We put it in the zoning, because that's mainly what we were worried about, was setbacks and height restrictions in the setbacks. Since that time, we've realized that we need a lot more guidance for folks when they come to do retaining walls. So we still have the zoning regulations, and the planning commission has sent those forward to you and you passed those already. Now, these regulations are more of the construction side of the regulations. And so we've put them in the same ordinance that our fence regulations are in that same title. We are adding a retaining wall definition, or we're proposing to add a retaining wall definition to our definitions, which would be Title I. And then the rest of this code is all brand new, and that's why it's all in red. And we're creating a new chapter in Title V, or a new section in Title V, Chapter 4, Section 12, which is retaining walls. One of the problems that we've experienced is in our current code, in our current code, a retaining wall could be in a setback if it was less than 30 inches in exposed height. And so what we had was people coming in and tiering their walls so that they could say, well, this is a 30-inch, less than 30 inches, and then this step's less than 30 inches to get around you can't have a 6-foot wall in a certain area. What we didn't have in our code is how the rise and the run, or the height and the vertical and the horizontal. And so we had people putting walls that, instead of really being tiered, they were just more like offset. But we didn't have anything that we could really say, no, that is not what we had in mind. And so now we have things that talk about, we talk about heights, we talk about railings, we talk about footings, making sure that people understand that if they're doing a retaining wall with footings, even though it's low enough or it meets the requirements, it can be in a setback. The footing still has to be entirely on their property. They can't sneak it under the neighbors without an easement. Zoning clearances are required on all retaining walls that require a building permit. We talk about the building permits again in here. We talk about when retaining walls less than 4 feet in height are constructed in multiple tiers with a horizontal distance between the wall. It has to be, it says if it's less than 2 times the height of the taller wall, a building permit is required. So if for some reason topography doesn't allow them to have what we recommend, they've got to get a building permit, even if the building code doesn't require it. We want to make sure that those tiered walls are structurally sound. When walls less than 4 feet in height are constructed in multiple tiers, a building permit is required if the combined height of the wall is 10 feet or higher. So again, what we're looking for is structural safety of the walls. And when it's a building permit, generally they're going to have engineering to prove the structural safety. We talk about geological hazards. If the construction of any retaining wall occurs within a sensitive areas, as outlined in Chapter 10.5 of the code, then an analysis is required for the design of the retaining wall or rock protected slopes shall follow the sensitive area requirements. So if they're going to go into kind of a sensitive area, they're going to do geotech reports. They're going to have engineering design for that type of a thing. So it's going to, I don't want to say it's going to increase the cost of retaining walls, because in all honesty, people should have been doing this to protect themselves anyway, but it will increase the cost of somebody just walking out and putting up a retaining wall without knowing for sure if it's going to be adequate for what they're retaining. Again, we talk about the location and the height. What we want to see is if the vertical height is 2 feet high, then we want the horizontal distance 4 feet, so that we're making sure that there's enough distance between those tiers that they truly are tiers, and we're not running into a pseudo wall that just is kind of offset. We did allow a provision in our ordinance for joint ownership of walls. We've had people that have come in before, they've wanted to put them right on the property line. And since we don't generally allow that without joint cooperation, we've put a provision here so that they can, go in together and build a retaining wall on a property line. We've also, detailed what we need as far as documents and calculations prepared by a licensed engineer, that we need to have submitted. And we are asking that people schedule a pre-construction meeting so that we can sit down and talk to them and make sure they really have understood our whole code on our retaining walls. And then not our engineer, but the engineer that designs this, they have to do a special, final inspection on that wall and give us a signed statement that wall has been built to their specifications and they assume that liability. So that's kind of the direction that this went. I think the problem that we're having, and that's why we had to take such drastic measures as we got some great lots in Providence City, but they're hillside lots. And living on a hillside lot, I can say from personal experience, is a challenge. And you don't have a lot of backyard a lot of times. And we have folks that want to create backyard. And I can certainly understand that. My kids had to chase that darn ball down the hill constantly. But in creating a backyard, that is a lot of fill. And if it's not done properly, that's a lot of risk. And we just want to make sure that the risk is managed as much as we can up front, to try and avoid, even though it may not be the city's liability, we don't want to see anybody injured from a neighbor's retaining wall failing. We don't want to see the person that has the retaining wall injured from their own retaining wall failing. We want to make sure they're done right. And that's what it's all about, is the safety.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Do we have anyone here to speak about that issue?
I want to say thank you for being concerned about everyone's safety. That's really great.
And we need your name.
Oh, Casey Weiss is my name.
Okay.
My question is what is in place for people who have a current building permit, who are in the process of building a home, who have designed their home based upon the land that they have? And if we're having to change the tier system in our backyard, we may end up with no yard at all. That tier system may go behind the back of my house. So what's in place for people with current building permits, and how does that affect them?
So if your retaining wall is currently under a building permit.
My house.
I understand. I'm trying to answer your question though. It's if the retaining wall, so if it's over a certain height that requires a building permit, if it's under a permit now, and that's with any code that we talk about, if it's an application for that currently there, then it fits under the laws that the permit was issued under. So at that point, you basically have the ability to construct under what laws you started under. Like if your house, if we were to change the requirements on a house and you had had a permit, then you maintain that laws as of the point you have an issued permit until you complete. If you didn't need a retaining or a permit before, and this requires it, then at that point, this is asking for engineering of that wall before you put it up. So if a permit hasn't been issued, then at that point, you would fit the new rule. So I'm
gonna sound really dumb. I don't know if a building permit, a retaining wall.
Just to answer your question, yeah, basically, if you've already issued a permit before.
To build a home or to build a retaining wall, or
that wall, to build the wall, and if that's inside your I don't know what your permit's like, I'm just telling you that if you have a permit standing and the law changes, you stay at what you have a permit for, and you stay at that law until that goes. So that's, other than detail, we can get in detail, you can get with Scarlett afterward or myself afterward, and we can get to a detail of yours. But at this point, the general rule for the body is that if a permit is already standing and the law changes, then you stay with the laws that it was when you got your permit. If you don't have a permit and the law changes, then it's whenever you apply for that permit, that's the law that you follow.
Okay.
So, and we can get into detail, come in with Scarlett.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay,
Yeah, once again, my name is Brent Cromar. I appreciate the information that's up there. It'll be a lot for us to digest. My main question is, with this catastrophic failure that we've had on the rocks for Mr. Bassett's property, which has been a danger to the community and to the playground, to the basketball court, that what is the cure? That's my question. What is the cure now for that?
I'll let Scarlett and Ryan take that.
Well, the first unfortunate piece is if they were under the previous rules didn't require, there is some limitation we have. Certainly the issue needs to be addressed as an issue, and we'll work to do that. This is obviously trying to accomplish a modification of the law so that we don't have another one, and that's what this is about, is to try to avoid it ever happening again. That's why this law is present. How we fix that one, I'm not sure if you have any information on that one or not.
My understanding is, Kai, can you scoot that just a titch? My understanding is that wall has been removed and will be engineered and put up safely. As far as any damage between neighbors, that would not be a city thing. That would be between private parties, between the neighbors, if there's damage.
So the wall hasn't been removed, it's just fallen.
It's fallen.
It's fallen into the park and it's there, half up.
Okay.
And sliding.
So if they try to work on another wall, then they'll fit underneath.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the picture of it.
Yeah, it hasn't been, nothing's changed since it fell. It's just sitting there.
Yeah. So again, the cure for that, does the city have any influence to get that done and get that moved? We've got an HOA party coming up with a lot of kids and people, and we're very concerned about that issue.
I'll have to check with the building department, because I'm not sure. I think they put a stop work until there's proper engineering. So I'm not sure what that contractor can do at this point.
He should at least tape it off.
Exactly. Needs to tape it off and put a sign in.
Yeah. I'm sure you agree. I don't know if you have any influence.
That's more a building permit. They're the ones that red tag. They're the ones that tell them to do that. I will talk with the building department and find out where they're at in this situation, but I don't dare make a statement without talking to them.
Is this the county building?
Yes.
Inspectors?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help.
anyone else? For this issue? Okay. I will go ahead and close that portion, that public hearing. And we'll move on to item number 4. This is a resolution 06-2024, appointment of Julie Martin to the Planning Commission. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on a resolution that appoints Julie Martin to the Planning Commission. We have a resume. The council has a resume. We posted that on the agenda if you wanted to look at it. But we have an opening on the Planning Commission. Actually, we have 2 openings, and Julie Martin said she would like to be a part of that. And so, Julie, if you'd like to come up and just talk for just a few minutes, and we may have some questions we want to ask you.
Wonderful, thank you. I look forward to serving in that position, learning, how to walk that fine line between hearing people and adhering to the laws and submitting those things to the city council for their review. So I look forward to it.
She and I had quite a long conversation. She helped with the day at the legislature with the youth council, and we spent all day together. And it was very enlightening, and I asked her if she might be willing to help us. It's very hard to plan for this position and to become an expert in this area, but that's why we have planning commission members that are non-voting members to begin with, while they learn about codes and all of the abbreviations and everything that is going on in the city. So we appreciate her willingness to come on and to learn, because it's a steep learning curve. So I will,
Hold on. So here's my concern.
Yes.
I want you to keep serving on the youth council, so I don't want you poached for the planning commission.
She wasn't happy with me.
No, I wasn't. Can you keep serving on the youth council?
Absolutely, I would love to.
Okay,
It's an easy position to fill and fun.
yeah,
So,
good.
of course, I love it.
that's what we like to hear. Okay, any questions that you would like to ask? Julie?
I just appreciate you being willing to donate time and willingness to do the rigor of the work, because I watch the planning commission does now, and they put in a ton of time and effort to try and create these recommendations for the council. So I just appreciate your willingness to take that on.
Yeah, I figured no better way to learn a city than work on that position, so.
And I know she's been watching the commission meetings. She's been actively pursuing what she needs to know in order to help us out. So
Yes,
It's a big job.
yes.
so thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I look
I'll
forward
make
to
the
it.
motion. Is that what you were wanting? Yep, before I interrupted, that we approve Julie Martin to be a member of the planning commission,
As an alternate.
beginning as an alternate, resolution 06/2024.
Okay. So I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Any opposed? You're in. Thank you.
Thank you all very
So
much.
the next meeting will be next Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Awesome,
Be
great.
there.
And our planning commission chair is here, Michael Fortune, and so we'll have a new member. Thank you. We have another member that we are appointing, but he was not able to be here tonight, so we will do that at our next council meeting. So we'll close item number 4 and open item number 5, resolution 09-20204, appointment of Karen Brooks to the Historic Preservation Commission. Karen is a longtime resident. She's got family that have lived here for a very long time. She's very interested in working with us to help us preserve our beautiful city and preserve what we have here. We like what we have, and so we brought Karen in and talked with her and interviewed her, and we've had some changes. The current chair of the planning commission, or excuse me, of the Historic Preservation Commission passed away. And so we're just in the throes of getting that put back together and get that group active again. So Karen, if you'd like to come up and see if tell us a little bit about yourself and.
It's a pleasure to meet with you this evening. My name is Karen Hanson Brooks. My grandfather was the first mayor of Providence in 1929 when they changed from a president. And I was born and raised here, left when I was 18, came back when I was 85.
Just a minute in between,
Just a
right?
minute, just a little bit. I had the opportunity to buy the family home on 95 South, 100 West, and move back to the community that I love. And so that's what I did. I have put together a book on Joseph Alistair Smith, who had Edgewood Hall, was my great grandfather. And that's been published. It's his writings. And so I'm very much into preserving the written word about Providence and the physical existence, things that used to be here that need to be remembered. For example, we're during the co-op period in the 20s and 30s, the scales were the scales. I'm curious if those scales are still on the street. My grandmother used to be the weighmaster, so I'm curious about checking out on that and seeing if we can locate those scales. So I'm just really, really humbled with the opportunity to work for the city. And I look forward to meeting other members of the historical committee. Thanks.
Great. We might have some questions. Karen?
Okay.
So any questions that anyone has for her?
Well, I'm just curious about the genealogy. How you related to Bruce or Elwood?
Bruce is my father.
He's your father. Yeah, he was the plumbing inspector for a number of years for Providence when I built my home there.
And he lived in the home where I lived.
Right, where you lived now, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we've always known that it's the Hampton.
That's the Hanson home.
Yeah.
And it's still the Hanson home. I feel that I'm a caretaker. Right now, it's the Hanson home.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's wonderful to
Yes,
have you back
exciting.
in. Now, speaking of co-op, I had the opportunity of going in the basement of what used to be Tire's store. And on the corner there and down underneath, there was coal receipts from the co-op. And when people would bring stuff in and trade it for coal, and there was receipts from that co-op. And I saw those receipts. I don't know what's happened to them. They were in a glass cage that was down underneath, like a countertop, and that's underneath
Interesting.
the Tire store. I don't know if anything.
And that's where Hanson Coal was.
Yeah, okay.
So that's probably.
Probably what it is those coal receipts. Yeah, I saw those.
We better check that out.
Yes, we should
Save
check
those.
that out.
I think there is still an access into that basement in that building.
That's interesting.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish we could just take a flash in time. I just was thinking of the rails that went around the valley, and if we could just unbury those rails and have access to them again and have, the train around Cache Valley that we can put our kids on.
I remember the train station. Of course, the train was by then gone when I was a kid. But my parents took the train out to Hiram to high school.
Yeah.
And but I remember the train station well, and actually when I was driving down here, I was thinking, I wonder when they tore that down, because the house that's sitting there now is pretty old.
Time passes so quickly, doesn't it?
Well,
Thank you for your willingness to serve and the history that you bring from your memories too.
We're looking forward to revitalizing that committee and get things going again. So
okay.
thank you for your
Thank you for
willingness to
the
serve.
opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, I need to stay here. So.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution 09-2024 to appoint Karen Brooks to the Historic Preservation Committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yay, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Scarlett will be in touch with you for meetings. So Thank you. So we'll close that portion of the meeting and go to item number 5. Excuse me, item number 6, ordinance 09-2024, Champlin LLC rezone. Providence City Council will consider for adoption an ordinance approving the partial rezone of parcel 03-002-0007 located in the general area of 500 South, 600 West, Providence. There's a request to rezone part of the parcel from Commercial Highway District to R1-6. So Scarlett, wanna talk about that?
The planning commission studied this. And then the following meeting, they had a public hearing to get comments on it. Couple of things to point out. The council packet contained the staff report that was presented to the planning commission. So if you have questions about that, I'm happy to go over it, but in the essence of time, I would prefer not to. It's kind of a long one. A couple of things though to think about. When we do zoning, we look at the general plan, and the general plan actually did not anticipate that this zone would change from commercial highway to anything. It just anticipated it would stay commercial highway. So there is that to consider. There's also the fact to consider that the state is asking us to build more or to make, we don't build them, but to make available zoning in areas that people can build more houses. So we have to balance some of our general plan with some of the newer state requirements. One thing I do want to point out too is when I do illustrations in my zoning, those illustrations are just general ideas. That's not exactly how the property lays out. It's just that general area on the zoning map to show you those circles. So they're generalized circles. They're not exact engineered surveyed circles. If you do choose to change, or even if you don't, this does fall in line with our general plan and not necessarily changing the zone, but there are some elements of our general plan that this does fall in line with. One of the key initiatives in the general plan is to provide all types of housing. And so this follows in with that. So it's not completely out of the realm. But it is within, as far as our master plans go, this is within the service area that was considered on all of our master plans. So this area was anticipated for commercial growth. And so, but it is within our service area. If you do end up going with residential growth, they'll pay impact fees. They'll meet the code that will keep them compliant with our master plans as well as our zoning codes. So, but we have planned for development in this area. The developer also, I'm not a fan, in all honesty, and I know that the general public doesn't like it when I say this, but I am not a fan of the developer providing concepts when they come for rezones. Because these concepts haven't been reviewed or vetted as staff. We don't do any of that until we know what zone they actually have. So this is an idea. And actually with this developer, I think it's a pretty accurate idea, but you keep in mind the concept that's included in this plat is an idea of what they would like to do with the property. Doesn't mean that staff has looked at it and said, the way this is laid out, it will meet everything that they need to. That's my biggest concern with it, is when you see these plans with zoning applications, they have not been reviewed by staff to the degree, well, really to any degree. We just put them in there for information purposes for you to see what a development could look like in that zone.
They're not locked into this plan, that's what you're saying.
No,
No.
they're not. Yeah. I will say, with the zone and the area that he's asking for, he couldn't do much different than this plan for that zone in that area, but it is not locked in and it has not been reviewed. It's for information only, just to give you an idea of what could happen.
What were the reasons? It's not recommended. And at that point, I would add, the planning commission recommended not approving. That was
Yeah.
their recommendation was to not approve the change and to leave it as a commercial development for the ability for commercial to have location to develop.
My-
And we have the chair here if
Yeah.
he wants to add the
Right,
reasons why, if you want to.
yeah. They really did just want to preserve the ability for commercial, but Michael can certainly speak to that. So, any other questions?
You want me to come up and speak to that?
Thanks. I think so.
Michael Fortune, Chair of the Planning Commission. I was actually not physically present for the meeting where the vote was taken for this. I was at the public hearing before or one of the other meetings prior to that last week. I was attempting to dial in because I was very aware of the project and the work. And one of the things that I look at, and Charlotte mentioned that, and it's kind of a catch-22. One is to provide multiple types of housing. And when this senior development was proposed and brought in, there was a lot of discussion by neighbors and people within the community that to some degree or another were opposed to it. They didn't really realize what was happening. It is probably one of the best developments that we've had out in that neighborhood and in that area. I reside in that area. I know all these people. I've been out there while they've worked on this project, and as they've expanded and as people came in and out, and the quality of the work and everything else is outstanding. I compliment the development group greatly. The other side of it is that it's a different type of housing. And it is well maintained and it fits in with our community and our neighborhood. On 300 South, we have some multifamily units that have come in, so we have a great mixture into that neighborhood of young families starting. We have medium and large family sizes in the residential areas, and then we also have the senior housing. And it works really well, and we have expanded down Garden Drive. That project is underway as well for large lots and large homes for families. I was in support of this, and I still am. The catch-22 is that we are running out of commercial space. And we generate revenue from sales tax, and that's generated from the commercial aspect of it. But I also looked at some of the commercial properties that we have along the highway and some that's not right on the highway, but back. Some of those have taken years to get occupants and tenants into. So there was a big push, and there has been over the last several years, what commercial property we have, let's hang on to it, let's use it all for that. But I also don't think it's a great idea to have commercial up front on the main access, visible and all of that, and then buildings behind that are empty and unoccupied. We've had some of that in the past. So when this was approached and presented, I thought it was a great addition, and it utilized the best part of the property for commercial use. I also looked at what the planning commission did across the highway. We have a portion of commercial for about 120, maybe 150, somewhere in that neighborhood is on frontage on the highway is commercial. And then behind that is, I believe, multifamily, high density or something like that. And there's also some building that's going in there. So we're torn because we're trying to stay consistent with what we did just right across the street. And also stay consistent, to do what's best for that part of the neighborhood and the community. So I recused myself because the developer helped me with a personal project of mine. And so when we did our initial votes, I recused myself, which the planning commission was supportive of it. And they moved it forward to go to public hearing and so forth. And, but in my opinion, I think it is a good addition. I think it fits there in that neighborhood. It isn't something that's completely new. It isn't something that is odd. I think it really fits there. So for what it's worth, that's my opinion of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. We also have Rick Champlin here and Craig Champlin. Would you like to speak to that?
My name is Rick Champlin. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, a couple of the points that I wanted to make related to this was the kind of the quality of people that we have that come into those communities. They have a lot of disposable income, more than a younger family, so they do help the community. And then a lot of them, or not a lot, but there's definitely some of them that aren't their primary residence. They have multiple homes. So when it comes to the property tax discount for primary residences, that's not applied on all homes. So they tend to generate more property tax than a typical single family neighborhood, as well as lower maintenance costs for the city because the roads are private. And then speaking across the highway, exactly what we just heard, there was a strip of land maintained for the commercial highway district, and then general commercial and multifamily behind it. So I think previously you guys have seen that the highway district that's meant for generating sales tax really only has that narrow strip where it's really considered in demand for that use. So behind that, whether it's general commercial or residential, you guys have done the same thing across the highway that we're kind of asking to add some more residential back there and then maintain the front for the highway district. And then again, speaking to the multiple types of housing, there's a lot of demand for the 55 and older housing. We have 4 lots left over there, and then we're wrapping up, unless we can get some rezone and add to it. But that community's gone very well and it's turned out really nice, and thanks for your time. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you do the front part in commercial, how are you accommodating getting cars in and out of there? Because UDOT's not going to give you entrances in and out along that highway.
Yeah, so we already have an access that's approximately 400 south. So we have the 300 south where you come in where Judges is going to be. There's going to be a cross access from that will go all the way to 500 south, which if we do this expansion, 500 south will connect to the highway for fire access, which is one of the letters in there from the fire marshal. We would need to make that connection, but we do already have an approved access on 400 south approximately, which is going to coordinate with the access that's designed across the highway. So we have 300 south, roughly 400 south, and then 500 south. So we have, and then the cross access planned between all of those units there. So we will have those kind of 3 access points from the highway, as well as access between the different developments, Judges, and then whatever gets done towards the south.
So is there enough room to have a commercial property there, but allow access behind?
Did they have that drawing? Can you show that drawing?
They have what was on the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we have in that latest kind of rendering the concept plan, we have the access on 5, or that's roughly at 400 drawn in there. It's to the far right-hand side. That comes into the highway, and then the cross access all the way kind of along the back. That goes to 500
So
south.
that's between the homes, though.
Between the homes and the commercial buildings, yes.
Can you tell me the width of the roads inside your community?
It's in here.
No. I think they are 35, the cross section is. Right there. If I remember correctly.
The current ones, obviously, in a concept.
Yeah.
We don't get to that detail.
So our current ones are
Yeah, I'm
35.
looking at the current ones. I
Yeah.
would include that you'll do something similar if you're adding on to that to keep.
We would like to, yeah.
Have you discussed a light there with you?
On 500? No, we haven't gotten to that access point yet.
Can I say something about
Sure.
that? Because I talked to him about it. And I said, I know that Providence City wants a light there, and they just kind of chuckled, like. In other words, you got some work to do there, and that is, you know, to me, that's gotta be a community effort, because, you know, it's gonna serve everybody coming down there and the people on the south end, but I know that what you guys want, but.
Yeah, we haven't had any preliminary meetings related to the access, just the one that's roughly at 400 south.
So I pulled up, my device decided to cooperate, and not glitch out on me. And it looks like the asphalt within the current development is 20 feet wide.
Yeah, the cross section itself is 35 feet wide,
Which
but
is
there's
from the
a
property line to property line, right?
Yeah,
The
so
asphalt
there's
below
a-
is 25.
a
is
2.5 foot curb on either side, and then 20 feet of asphalt. And then we do have on one side of the street, we have the park strip and the sidewalk.
So where that additional right of way in the road is a sidewalk now. As it like comes around the corners and there's 20 feet of asphalt.
Yeah.
5 feet worth of curbing on both sides, and then there's a strip for park strip. And
Yeah, park strip and sidewalk on one side of the street.
So I've got to tell you, I love the 50 plus communities. The one time I've voted against what the planning commission recommended was for a subdivision like this. But when the planning commission and the general plan match, it just gives me heartburn to do something different, even though I love the idea and I know there's a huge need. Like, it's just, I guess that's one of the hardest things about sitting on this council is making what we feel would be the best long-term decision. And I think preserving commercial space is probably it. But I love this. I mean, I hope there's a spot. I hope we can find a spot for another 50 plus community that is, you know, close to major roads and.
I've been involved in some commercial projects and if usually you can make more money off commercial than you can residential. But we just feel like that it's going to be very difficult to get people to go behind what we've drawn there. We've got like 5 different businesses now, whether that'll end up that way or not. But you know, we hope to make good money off the front of that, but what we're worried about is, and it's coupled with our desire to do more 55 and older there.
Mhm.
There's been a huge demand for it. And people are very happy there. But we just don't know if we're gonna get, what kind, you know, if you got highway commercial, what kind of businesses can you put back there? Well, they have to be businesses that are generating sales tax. And we just don't think we're gonna get that much back there. We have to have a lot of parking with these commercial developments, and we've drawn that in there. And so that takes up a huge amount of the ground. And so if we, you know, stick some kind of buildings back there, I'm not sure that they're gonna be rentable, to be honest with you. Been my experience. Everybody wants to be up on the highway. That's where they want to be. And when you talk about 150 feet across the street, we've got 250 feet depth there. So we've got a lot more depth than what they approved across the street. So I think, yeah, we all want commercial, but I just think, and we do too, we want to build commercial. We want to finish out our project there with commercial. But we're trying to do two things here, trying to get more lots, but we're also concerned about whether or not we'll ever get anything back there behind what we've got there. And
Let's get Wilson Motor to move in there and
I'm ready to
clear up
talk to
some
him.
of Main Street.
yeah,
One of the things that's trending is not to have a lot of parking space, but drive-through.
well, that's one of the things we've drawn drive-through on here.
And it can, drive-through can be back in the block. Drive-through can, as you've seen where Ellis Equipment Company is, there's drive-through that are back in the property. They're not all frontage, they are back in the property. It's a trending thing. People want to stop and grab a bite to eat.
We've got the drive-throughs planned for these, but it'll really depend on the companies that we get in there too. But when COVID happened and the companies found out that they can run a business off of a drive-in window, and you know, even when they can't bring people inside, so there's a huge demand for drive-through.
That and Uber Eats, somebody pick it up, take it to somebody's house, you know, drop it off. And the things like that are changing, and you know, that affects not only eating, but that affects other types of business as well. Pick up, drop off, and so forth. The trend is changing. I think that I'm like Carrie. Now, I don't know about 55 plus. What about 75 plus?
Someone's gonna shovel the driveway.
I'm there.
They can live there. Most of our people are actually 65 and older.
Well, I could
I think
probably-
they're great communities. I
Another
really
10
do.
years, I'll qualify.
Yeah. Well, I qualified a long time ago.
And Craig and I are classmates, so.
No, I really think that, I too, like Carrie, I think there's a need for what you're doing. I do. It's just, I too struggle to go against our planning commission and the plan that we have developed over the years to try and interface stuff from highway commercial and that sort of thing, move back on property with, we've gone to some multifamily dwellings, we've gone to 55 plus communities, to single family development. I just hate to go against planning commission. I just have heartburn over that. Yeah, I do.
How many units are in that 55 plus?
There's currently 39, and the proposal that's again not reviewed is to add another 20 to 22.
Things moving east become less dense and more single family living, is that right?
The lots are bigger as you
Lots are
move east.
bigger. So I think of transition from lower density to higher density. This is against the grain, I know, but moving towards commercial. you could fit even more units in there. Kind of like over behind Macy's. I don't know if 55 kids would like that, but
Well, we've done.
moving
that's
from
it, yeah.
commercial to residential.
That was an
I
original
like-
proposal.
I like the
When you
low
first bought
density.
it.
I came
Neighborhood
question
didn't like
that
it.
one time. If you-
I'm normally a low
Those of you
density
remember.
person, but right next to the highway, it makes sense to transition.
Right behind
You're
commercial.
right next to commercial. That's a great place for higher density and more units in our city.
We'd be
Not-
happy to do
not in
that,
other-
but it
not
was
in other
already.
places, but. So anyway, I like your idea. I think it's great. I think it's a good use of the property. I wouldn't want to be that close to the highway and right next to commercial myself, but that's just me, but a lot of people would. And I think it looks great.
The people who buy those lots will know what they're getting into.
Right, yeah, no, it's-
They'll know exactly whether or not, you know, they wanna be next to commercial or not, and if they don't wanna be, they can,
Yeah.
they can move, but we've got a big enough buffer there with parking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That they won't, you know, they won't feel the impact as much.
But again, I think higher density, the transition from single family living to commercial, it's a great spot for putting in more units.
Well, I need three of you to go along with that, and we'll just
Yeah.
switch it to that right now.
So, can I ask a question?
We tried to do that, we presented that, but there was such an outcry against, multi-housing, it was right after they'd had that,
Proposition one,
yeah, and,
55 plus on the other side.
right, and that's what
They
they're
wouldn't
gonna
like
do,
it,
that's
so-
what they're gonna do across
So
the
this looks,
street.
this looks like a good in between to me, I guess, is what I'm saying.
The citizens had their pitchforks after Prop 1. We were getting
Yeah.
lashings.
This is a good spot. for
And
it.
torches. Janelle, you have some questions?
I just wondered, I mean, I know when we make our master plans for our water and our sewer and all those things, we base that upon the zone that is on the general plan. So I don't know if staff can answer this question to me about what the difference like in water demand is on a commercial property versus a residential property, like, I'm trying to think of the acronym for like the unit per house, but it's not coming to me.
ERC.
That's right, thank you. The ERU, is it ERU?
Equivalent residential unit.
Yeah, the ERU, the equivalent residential unit. How those compare to, you know, what we planned for and what we could potentially switch to. I do have concern about the road width because that was something that was brought up in Proposition 1 because of emergency vehicles. I know
Snow removal.
technically you're not supposed to park on the road, but just because we say don't do it, doesn't mean people don't do it. And so 20 feet worth of asphalt for emergency services does give me pause. Because that's really tight for emergency vehicles, especially if there's any obstruction in the roadway.
We can't change what we've already done, but we could.
I know.
We could widen the road a little bit if that's a huge concern, if you want to, because on that portion. If that's a huge concern for you, but,
I think in Vineyard, and this is just numbers off of my memory, I think the asphalt was 24 feet. And there was a lot of 24 feet of asphalt.
So the new section in Vineyard.
The new section is different. 'cause it-
37 feet of the new, they
Right.
went in and did.
But
they
the original
went to
one.
37, yeah, the
original
original was about
20.
20.
And we average 1.5 occupants per unit. Like you either got one or two people in there and you don't have kids and you don't have,
You feel like the
yeah, this is just a different demographic as far as how many vehicles people have.
Those issues.
And not as many drivers either.
Yeah. But I don't know about the water.
To answer the question, we don't generally, like Scarlett had mentioned before, we don't generally go into many calculations until a rezone happens. We're a bit reactive that way, but.
But don't we have a number from our like fees, assessment, like what a commercial property is in ERUs?
Depending on what the commercial use is. Like Macy's will use a whole lot more than a different,
Than a doctor's.
In an
yeah,
office.
than a doctor's office, and a car wash will use a different volume than than something else, you know, there. We have
Do we have
different
a
types,
number in our water master plan,
a number of,
projected ERUs for
that area.
for that zone?
We do, but our water master plan also, that's why we are continuing to. How will you move that mic a little bit this way? That's why we are continuing to require water dedication and fee in lieu or fee in lieu at the time that developments come in, because we realize that, we've planned really well and we've planned enough for some future, but to continue for the forever future, we need to keep making those requirements. So the water plan did consider this area. The water plan does look at population growth, general population trends and population growth. I think a little bit, well, I'd have to look at it. But at least the one for the rights looked at population growth projections and took those into account, and then looked at commercial businesses based on, like, if a commercial business is, as Ryan said, it depends on the commercial business. Some of them are the same as a house, but sometimes a commercial business may require 4 ERUs where a house would just have 1, just because of the size of the meter and the needs of that business. So they look at it as population and then they project out, and we will continue to require so that we do have that ability to serve our people.
I would estimate that we have, commercial would generally take more than a residential in the same volume space.
We're also doing, I don't know if you noticed, if you've been through there, but we're doing a lot of xeriscape landscaping over there. We've got very little grass. They might have a little bit in their backyard. I don't know, do they have much in their backyard?
Yeah.
But we're taking that into consideration as we go to do the xeriscape. Most of the front yards are all xeriscape. Our detention ponds and common areas are xeriscape areas. And that's, Rick's kind of a believer in that, you know. I don't care so much. I think we're always gonna have enough water. Anyway, that's one of the things that we've been doing.
How does the sewer flow out of that area, and how will this affect it? You don't have to put in a lift station, do you?
We already did. So we have a lift station and it has capacity for over 300
And that will
housing
be
units.
maintained by a homeowners association?
It's privately maintained by us as the developer, and then the homeowners association pays for maintenance for that.
And same thing, how does the homeowners association interface with snowplow and repair of asphalt?
They do that internally.
They do that internally?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, is 500 South a part of that?
500 South is a city street,
City
so that
street.
one is plowed and maintained by the city.
By the city?
Yep.
Okay, 400 South of it comes into it?
That would be private. It's part of the commercial development, so that wouldn't be a city road.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. There's a lot of problems with homeowners associations.
Yeah.
It gets to be very, very difficult. But you already got one, I guess, going, so.
Yeah.
Be an extension of that.
They're nice older people.
Did you say there'd be a road from
Like
200
us.
south over through the car wash area?
Well, a common access, so the access from Judges on 500 or 300 South will wind through the parking lots all the way to 300 South. So.
From 300 South all the way to
500 South, yeah.
For supply in between Macy's.
Yeah, so it'll be a private kind of connecting parking lot type thing. Yeah. Yeah.
And they are gonna, the road is designed to is potentially can be connected to go north right into the piece of property that we own the property east of Judges. And that all can interconnect, but when we do these projects, we don't like too many connections because we don't want people that don't belong in the community using it as a shortcut to get different places. That becomes very disruptive, you know, to older people that are, you know, trying to back out their cars and different things like that. So, I mean, I've been doing this for 45 years. I know I've built over 15 of these communities in the valley, and we've been through it all. We got a lot of the details worked out.
My biggest concern is having access to the commercial that's there and not having people that are going to the commercial buildings traveling through your.
Right, well, the way we've got this designed, that's not gonna happen.
And so you've got sort of a frontage road.
Yeah, we've got a frontage. You know, we don't know until we actually get tenants in there as to whether or not, you know, what business will go in there. This is just we just did it to show how it could work, but the way and then we don't know when it's gonna happen either. I mean, even though there's a demand for commercial, it really hasn't moved out this way yet. You know, I don't have people calling me up and clamoring for commercial right now. I hope to, you know, I think once we get the road going into Judges off the highway and there, that might generate more interest.
So you do have a road coming
Out of Judges on the
highway?
On the south side.
Yeah, so it's approved and the excavation companies, we've already signed off on their bid and they're working on executing it.
So it'll be on the south end of Judges?
It'll be on
Yeah,
the south end of
so
Judges.
there's the small Ballard Springs that comes down, it's to the south of
Yeah,
that.
they'll be able to go in there and go to Judges, and then they'll be able to go the other way into other commercial areas. And we won't need another exit out onto the highway until eventually we get down to Fifth South and that's put in.
And you're accommodating the traffic that would be going that direction with your roads.
Right.
Okay.
So how many feet of commercial would remain from the highway, and how many feet are you looking to take up out of that commercial area if we didn't rezone it?
So there's approximately 250 feet of highway commercial space.
Not horizontal, but depth.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, 250 feet depth. And then the total depth of the property as it stands right now. I'm trying to remember.
Ryan's measuring.
Yeah.
Approximately 490.
Yeah, so we're about cutting it in half. But yeah, we kind of took the one across the highway as an example. It left a little over 100 feet, so we decided to leave a little bit more than that and just get ourselves in a space to have one more road of homes there, so.
That it for comment?
Yeah, I don't have anything more still.
And you get more income out of these residential projects than you think. You get the property tax, anytime, any kind of sales tax. They shop in the community, they buy something on the internet, all that sales tax comes to the city. You get impact fees when we build the homes. And then long-term, we've already mentioned this, but long-term savings, because you don't have to come in and plow the roads, you don't have to fix the chuck holes, you don't have to if the sewer fails, that's all our responsibility, that's all the homeowner's responsibility. But so there's a long-term savings there too. But and I think our clientele, they do a lot of shopping over the internet, and you know, and they're probably going to go to Macy's. You can keep them away from Walmart. But my wife lives in Hyde Park and she comes to Macy's. She likes Macy's, so it's a popular store.
We like that.
Yeah.
We encourage that.
Thanks for your consideration.
One more
Thanks,
quick
Eric.
question, please. Okay, so you're gonna exceed 39 lots.
Yes,
Are you exceeded 39 lots now?
no.
Okay, you're gonna exceed 39 lots.
Mhm.
Fire marshal says you can't do that without a second access. Are you gonna build that second access first?
Yeah, if this were approved, connecting 500 south of the highway would be part of the development.
And you have got that approved to make that connection?
With you?
No, we,
It's UDOT's.
yeah.
Are you asking for with UDOT?
Yeah. I mean, it was discussed when we were talking about this kind of central access, but we haven't had plans to connect it, so they don't really care to tell you anything about it unless you're actually making an application. So, I mean, it was considered spacing when we approached them for this central 400 south access.
All our access to that project is on Fifth South. But it's not going down to the highway yet until we develop out the rest of the property.
Now, that seems to be a problem and conflict with the fire marshal's letter.
No, Brent, it will, as they do this, if you rezone and they do this final phase, they will finish at least a portion, depending on what ends up being zoned. It will meet fire code standards. They'll have to get their permit from UDOT. We have worked with UDOT for a couple of years, making sure that 300 east, or excuse me, 300 south, 400 south, and 500 south. We had UDOT on the line with us numerous meetings, making sure that those three accesses would be allowed as they came in. And so, Rick and crew actually had to move theirs a little bit from their preferred plan in order to make the spacing meet UDOT requirements. But yes, they would have to finish 500 south all the way to the highway and get that access approved as part of
But
it.
that'll only happen as we have a demand to, we'll work, when we start putting in our commercial, then we'll put that last section in there.
Nope.
If we got the residential, we put it
You
in.
can't put any more houses in without building it to the highway.
We have to go all the way to the highway?
Yeah,
Oh, that's expensive.
he only does half.
You know.
the work, so you didn't know that yet.
Never mind.
We didn't know that.
Oh, dear. Now you've done it.
I'm still. paying.
UDOT, working with UDOT is an experience.
It's a joy.
Yeah.
But it will have to go in if you do this.
If we approved this, it would have to go into, all the way to the highway.
Once they do their subdivision, I mean, it's not conditional on the rezone, but when they come
No, I
in,
understand, but in order to get the houses built, they'll have to complete that
Correct.
first. Yes.
well, in connection with, we wouldn't make them come in and build the road and then start the development. But in connection with,
But they couldn't have more than 39 houses there until they had.
no, yeah, it's gotta be part of their minimum improvements before they could get a building permit.
How many homes are currently there?
39,
There already are 39?
yeah.
That's the limit.
Oh, so you couldn't add, so you can't add even one more lot until the connection's made.
Correct.
Any other questions?
But just the new development, the rezone area, that's 17 in that space. What's the 39? Sorry, I missed that.
39
What
was
they
his current.
currently have developed.
They have
That's what
39.
they have, and if they have any more than that,
They have
the
to
fire
connect
marshal
with that.
requires.
What's the 39 got to do with it?
That's fair.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't have any other questions, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we
accept ordinance 09-2024 Champlain LLC rezone, Champlain.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Do you have a second?
I have a question. The way the ordinance is written, is it supporting the planning commission's recommendation? Or
It says
it just
approving, it says
include
that
the-
we're approving.
Approving the partial rezone.
No, the ordinance would be written,
It just includes,
Accept.
it just includes the recommendation.
for the approval of the ordinance or rezone.
We have a second.
How many seconds do we have to wait?
Yeah, it's long enough.
I think you don't.
Okay,
So,
so the motion fails. We don't have a second. I'm not sure what to do.
You can ask for any other motions, otherwise
Okay.
the motion dies and there's no approval at that point, but you can ask for another motion. If there's a motion, if it's not a motion to approve and that's dead, then you can either ask for another motion or the,
Do you need a
The
motion to
application
not
dies.
approve, or do we just let it die?
If it fails and you do not act, then the ordinance does not pass.
right, if you fail to
It just
act,
fails for lack of a second.
and then you go on to your next agenda item and it's failed.
Good. Okay,
okay, no. I just recommend that you sit on this property. Hold off, wait till development happens on the west side of the highway and maybe pick it up again later.
okay,
Moving on.
so motion fails. So we'll go on to the next item. Let's see. Got the rezone, we've got item number 7. Ordinance 08-2024, amendments for PCC 5-4-12 retaining walls. And 1.3.2 definitions. Providence City Council will consider for adoption an ordinance approving amendments to PCC 5-4-12 and 1-3-2, which establishes with retaining wall regulations and the accompanying definitions. So we've had a public hearing on this. We probably don't need any additional explanation.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 08-2024. Amendments to PCC 5-4-12 retaining walls and 1-3-2 definitions.
okay. So we have a motion on the table.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion on this?
So I just want to make a couple of comments. I worry that this is like pendulum swing, like we've had nothing and now I'm afraid this is like overboard. And I do feel a huge sense of urgency to pass something, even if it's overboard, to stop what's happening. But I believe this has been sent to our engineer. I don't know if you read it with the eyes of, is this going too far? But I would like to approve it tonight, but then I would also like to make sure that we haven't pendulum swung by overreach. Does that make sense?
It does, Carrie, and can I address maybe that from
Yeah.
having dealt with building?
Uh-huh.
This that's being proposed, if I'm not wrong, is what you can build if you just want to build a retaining wall to protect. the
Without
property.
engineering.
Without
Oh,
engineering.
okay, I get it now.
You have to have, these step backs, if they comply, do you still have to have engineering?
It depends.
What's that?
It depends. So if the step backs were like only 2.5 feet high each step, and they had plenty of distance between them, probably you wouldn't need engineering.
That's what I'm saying.
But if the
If you
steps are,
comply with the ordinance,
yeah,
you don't have to have engineering for the most part.
well, if
They're
your wall is
responsible to
higher,
require you to, if you get higher, it
Higher
adds.
than
If you
8
do
feet.
2 feet by 4 feet by 2 feet by 4 feet, then you don't have to have engineering.
probably not.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There are conditions where you do
So
not
not
need
every
to have
single wall
engineering.
has to be-
However, the fail safe is get engineering.
It does add a lot more requirements to engineer, and it adds that requirement of the wall, but there is a level at which we are moving that pendulum to have more engineered.
Which is to the
walls.
benefit of the residents. It
Right.
protects their property. Their house is a huge investment.
One thing we did do, we looked at other ordinances, we looked at other communities, and, I worked with our city attorney on some of his recommendations of other communities to look at, and then when Max sat down, we actually toned it down a little bit. Some of the communities out there have much stronger engineering specs. We decided we wanted to put more of the risk management on the design engineer than on the city, and so we still are requiring engineering, but we're not gonna tell them every step. They've gotta analyze the soils. That's why it's hard to say, Brent, depending on the soil types and what they're doing, whether they would need engineering on a wall that's like 3 feet, when normally they wouldn't, but they might, depending on what they're doing. So
I can understand that.
And then there are
That's
slope
not-
requirements as well.
Is that built into this ordinance that you have, if you have to have soils test before you put your wall in?
Yes.
there's some in there, yeah, about that. And I don't know if it's every single
Okay,
one.
so if you gotta have a geotech study and it requires engineering, that's understandable.
Yeah,
But if your soil, you have a geotech, so anytime you put a retaining wall in, you have to have a geotech?
probably not unless you're going to start getting. If you, like it says, if the culmination of the 3 walls is going to be more than 10 feet high. So from the bottom wall, from the bottom of the bottom wall to the top of the 3rd tier or whatever, is going to be 10 feet high or higher, then yes, we're
Yes,
gonna
I
get you,
understand that, yes.
we're gonna get you to do engineering and stuff. If it's just a wall here and then you go 2 or 3 feet and you do the next wall, and you do 2 or 3 feet and you do the next wall. That's less than 10 feet, we wouldn't require engineering or a geotech unless that's more the building department that will look at that. But if they found that they needed geotech when they built the house, we're probably going to ask for soil sample on where they're putting the retaining walls. If the house was built on a lot that had fill in it,
Oh, yeah,
then
absolutely.
we're gonna, so that's why I'm reluctant to say, no, we won't require it over those small walls. Cause we might, but it will be on a case by case basis depending on the soils and everything.
And I think that's the important thing to understand, that this ordinance is on a case by case basis. Is the fact of where you're at, where you're located at. I remember the time when Jack Nixon built that subdivision up there, he moved a whole mountainside before and let it sit. It was a hard time finding out where the original dirt was and where the fill was. And so we did have to have soils tests. And But if you're dealing with virgin soil and it's not, there's no liquefaction involved in it or something like that, yeah, I can understand that. So I think what we can safely say is this ordinance is protecting the city, gives you an opportunity to question where we didn't have that opportunity before, to question these retaining walls to see if they're going to be sturdy, do what they're supposed to do. But in Carrie's question, not every wall is gonna have to have engineering. But it does give the city a chance to review it very critically, and to understand what their soils are, what they're really doing. So does that help, Carrie?
And
I
also talked with Cache County Building Department on it too.
Yeah, and if Max looks at it critically from that point of view, like, are we overreaching? That's what I wanted reassurance on.
He did.
So, thank you.
Well, when you've seen one of these walls that's failing, you understand why we're doing this.
Next question.
Yes.
Scarlett, I had a question about Clearview and driveways. I know I've had a resident bring up to me with these terraced walls. I think you mentioned earlier during your comments during the public hearing on this, that they cannot be in the setback.
They can't be I didn't get into it, but we talk about Clearview in here.
But is that just for intersections?
No.
It
that's
does
for
include driveways as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a 10-foot triangle, just like there's a 30-foot triangle at an intersection. Or in some cases, maybe even more depending on the curve of the road and everything. There's a 10-foot triangle by a driveway. And we, in our zoning now, since we did get that part clarified in our ordinance, and really, it's been in there forever, but we got it really clarified when we did the Clearview ordinance, when we redid that a little bit ago. And we work with people on the zoning to let them know. And the thing of it is, they have to pay attention to where their neighbor's driveway is when they do their landscaping, because if they're within 10 feet of their neighbor's driveway, they gotta still perfect that clear view, even though it's not their driveway, it's the neighbor's driveway. And so we've tried really hard the last month to help people understand that. But yes, the terracing of a wall would definitely come into play on a clear view of a driveway.
I just want to make sure, check my understanding on something with you. The drawing below, it's on page 4 of 7, line 32. It talks about if the height is greater, if the height's less than 2 times the vertical, a building permit is required. But then I thought farther down on 71, it said that you had to have twice the height match. Like you had to have the height at least matched half the vertical on 71.
You know what? I think that's a change they made in planning commission.
I just feel like they sort of,
we might
be in confliction with each other. Between what's going on line 71 and line 32. No. Yeah. What do you think?
Which way would you like it? Do you want time to think about it?
Well, it just seems like the smaller terraces are in conflict with everything else in the code. But I know that we've seen those, so I'm just trying to decide like what is pertinent. I mean, I know this wall that filled up in the Highlands. It's technically terraced, but the vertical is so shallow, it looks like it's a sheer wall. That's what, like 20 feet tall?
Yeah.
It looks like a sheer 20-foot tall wall of boulders, and we've seen that in more than one place in the city. That they say, well, you know, if you look at the cross section, it's leaning. But I don't think that's quite what we're going for. I also wondered,
Well, the taller
I'm
it is,
not a civil
the bigger
engineer.
it has to be. The bigger the
Well, that's
space.
what I thought, but that's 72. Line 32 is saying that that's not necessarily a requirement. As long as you get a building permit.
So we could just take that part out and just make it straight on a requirement.
Which I don't know. If that's a broad brush we can apply. I mean, I feel like that's something that needs. More technicalized than I have. I'm not a retaining wall expert.
So
But, and I know Max looked at this, our city engineer. I just wasn't sure. Like, one of them, it says, depending on if the height is less than 30 inches. Depending on what it's retaining, whether it's a driveway or, you know, what load it's bearing. Requires that. I don't know, I just feel like that's.
oh, that requires engineering. If it's-
That requires engineering no matter what, if it's load bearing.
Yeah,
Right, but these ones that are retaining soil. If, well, I guess it wouldn't really matter, if we're looking at a 20-foot tall sheer, whatever, the vertical height would require it. Even if they do it in 1 block increments and 2 feet, the cumulative height of it's gonna require that.
Right.
So in one sense, it's saying it must be, the other one says you can, if it's, you do it.
I'm fine to take the one out,
Which one?
the one that kind of looks like you get an option.
Line 72.
No,
32.
32.
Yeah, I don't think you wanna take out 71.
No.
Yeah,
No,
no,
think
but if we struck 32. Then it's really dependent on the geotech study, it's dependent on the soil, it's dependent on the cumulative design of the project. Yeah,
Janelle, you're amazing at catching details. I just looked at it, my eyes started crossing and I was like, I hope someone knows what they're talking about.
So it is 32, line 32.
Line 32 is talking about an individual wall at two times.
Right.
Distance between their individual walls. So when the retaining walls less than 4 feet in height are constructed multiple tiers, the horizontal distance between the 2 walls 2 times the height of the wall, and building permit is required. So this is indicating that when that height is less than 2, it requires a building permit. When it's greater than 2, it doesn't, but if you come down here at tiered walls, it just indicates that it is, it's a trigger of the distance, so it's saying the vertical height and the distance are the trigger. So anyway, there's,
But don't we have geotechs that are triggers as well?
yeah,
it seems like to me the vertical and the horizontal being the trigger. Makes more sense because each property is unique. Right, and an engineer is going to design. They're gonna have their client and their client's gonna say, I want as much backyard as you can give me, what's the best you can do? And test their soil, they're gonna do their geotech studies. And they're gonna design it as safely as they can to meet the desire of their client.
So let me ask you something. If they design it safely and they can do a 4-foot high wall, and then they can do an 18-inch run, and then another 4-foot high wall and an 18-inch run, are you okay with that going up and ending up with like a 20-foot wall, but the only stepping between the tiers are like 18 inches?
I feel like there's other conditions within this code that speaks to that with the landscaping and the use and all of those things. I don't think, I mean, I guess you could plant ivy in 18 inches and cover the whole wall with them.
Well, and if it's engineered, like even if it was concrete, it could go straight up as long as it was, if it was engineered appropriately. I mean, so it probably couldn't go straight up, but they would say how far up it could go before there had to be a tier.
Well, the thing about the engineer is the engineer signs off on it.
Right.
And then they take responsibility
So
for that.
part of the complaint we've gotten is that, yeah, they're tearing them, but they look like great big walls.
Yeah, but they're not engineered, right?
Some of, a couple of them are engineered.
Now, are you getting into the visual appearance? Is that what
Yeah.
the problem is?
That's
Can
what
we?
That's what I'm asking. Are you, cause if we take away the required run. If we take away the required run, then they could engineer it so that you could have a 4-foot wall and then an 18-inch run. But if you go high enough, then it's not going to look very tiered. Even with the landscape and stuff. And that's all I'm saying is because I don't know that we want. I just want to know, are you okay with a 20-foot retaining wall? Let's say they come back off their property and they put a 20-foot retaining wall in as long as it is engineered properly. Are you okay with that?
I am.
And I feel like
I have a problem with
safety, I feel like safety is the primary concern.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem if they wanna, you drive down, out of, into Brigham, stop for a stoplight, look at that wall sitting there. I mean, it's 20 feet higher plus.
Well, and even when it's tiered, it doesn't look tiered when you're standing straight on.
I don't have a problem with it being a tall wall, as long as it's engineered properly for safety. I think that's our issue.
Okay. So then maybe you want to take out the requirement of the run needs to be 2 times the height.
Yeah, that was my biggest concern with it. And I thought that was optional if it was engineered.
And that's kind of what I thought. If you went and got engineering, you should be able to build a wall the way you would like, even the setbacks and all that stuff,
long as
high
it's
as you
safe.
want to. As high as you can have it engineered. If you don't want to have it engineered, here's some prescribed method of going about it. Some of it may still have to have some geotech stuff, so forth. But I still think the person ought to be allowed to build a 20-foot wall if they want to. If they need to preserve some backyard. They could might have dead men back in there and pilasters and so forth back in the dirt and refill against it, but I think they should have a chance to build what they want to build if they want to.
Okay, so then how about we do this? Because the first go around through the planning commission said, I'm on page 3 of 5, line 65. And it says line 68, got on the wrong feet. Number 4, terracing of retaining walls is permitted where justified by topographic conditions, but the combined height of all walls shall not exceed a height of 12 feet if the exposed face of the retaining wall can be seen from the nearest public right of way. Then they added the horizontal area of each tier must be a minimum of 2 times. They took that out because they were looking more at aesthetics at this point. They took that 12 feet rule out. And then they said the horizontal area of each tier must be a minimum of 2 times the vertical height of the tier wall. So if you want to go back to the original, and then if you want to say they can't exceed a height of, I don't know that we want to.
I think 12 feet is fine without a tier. But this was my concern of overreach was because it really, like that man who spoke earlier today, it really could suck up his entire yard and even the space for his house. But if he's willing to pay for the engineering to have less tiered space, I would like to see that.
The other way to look at this one is this is what would be tiered. If they're not tiered and closer together, then it fits into the same wall. And if it's higher than a certain level, then it needs to be engineered as it is. So this gives an opening that if they are tiering it with enough horizontal distance, then it's permitting something at that point. But the other one wouldn't be considered a tiered wall. It would be considered a sheer wall, an engineered wall.
Yes.
And we do get complaints about those. That's
The
what.
big concrete slab walls.
You mean to see it?
Big rock ones.
Or the rock
concrete
ones that are stacked right on top of each other that really aren't tiered. They're one sheer wall, although there is some distance between them. They're really one sheer wall.
Even though
And
they're
they should be
engineered.
treated as a sheared wall.
Do we require a rock wall to be engineered? Because I've been
We
told.
do
you-
now.
Yeah, we
That's
should
what
do,
this is.
because I've been told you can't, it's very difficult to engineer a rock wall.
Yeah, that, they used to say that. They used to say you couldn't, but that you can now. There are engineering standards.
And
for
that's
rock
fine,
walls.
that's
Yeah.
fine. As long as it's engineered and got an
Yeah.
engineer's name on it, that's great.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we are getting complaints about people that are building up their lots like that. Because the people that are below them are calling and saying, why'd you let them put that great big wall there? And I will say, well, they met the setbacks and it was engineered. Well, yeah, but that completely changed my whole, my yard, my view. That's where I'm coming from. I don't know how to protect everybody.
I don't think you can. I think people buy property. And if they look around and there's a possibility of a large wall behind them or a drop off that's gonna be from their property down to the next property and they have to do something about it. I don't think we could get into totally the aesthetics of how people must landscape. You know, as long as they meet engineering standards, as long as they're not.
Well, safety is what we're concerned
Safety,
with.
well, that's engineering standards by creating a safety package for their property or that's so, there's where I think we have to draw the limit because with aesthetics, yeah, I mean, how can we do that?
Okay.
But a
That's,
lot of
I
our
just
code
wanna,
also talks about which side the wall has to face, because people don't wanna look at somebody else's wall.
yeah, but it only
We
has to
already
be
have a
10
lot of
feet
that
off the
built into
property
the
line.
code.
It's not necessarily about look, but it's about risk. That if they build that inside their setback, then yeah, that exposed wall. But at that point, if you're building within the setback, you're close enough to your neighbor that if that wall falls, it's falling to them. If you set it back 10 feet and it fails, at least you have a buffer. So it's not just about aesthetics. That rule isn't just about aesthetics. There can be an aesthetic option to that, but it is a safety buffer that you move it back onto your side unless we're joined together and I'm accepting the risk. But we put it back on there, you can still build it, you just have to move it back away from outside the setback, you can still build that. Even if it exposes to your neighbor, you can still build it, you just have to move a little farther away from it.
So I'm in favor of getting this approved tonight because I feel urgency. But I would like, I'm getting like mixed messages. If we need to make revisions to this line 68 through 71 in order to not require double the horizontal as vertical, I don't think that should be a requirement if it's engineered, because my experience is when I'm looking straight on, I can't tell if there's 2 feet or 4 feet or 8 feet between each vertical step from straight on. So aesthetically, I don't think it matters as long as it's safe.
Okay.
So whatever needs to be revised there gets my yes vote and we can move on because we've still got a lot of agenda.
So then what I would suggest is that you unstrike. So on that paragraph 4, you unstrike part of 68, 69, and 70, and then you strike out the last part of 70 and 71, that we don't require that minimum of 2 times the vertical. And then they just, as long as it's engineered and they meet the setback rules and things, they'll be okay.
I like that because it puts us kind of in an engineering role if we're saying it has to be
Yeah, we're not.
2 times and we're not the engineers.
You would still leave the wording terracing of retaining walls is permitted where justified by topography conditions. And then you would leave that in there. Are you gonna take that drawing out? You're gonna leave that drawing in there?
Well, the drawing would come out.
The drawing would come
Yeah,
out as
because there
well.
would be no need to
There
show
would be
them.
no need for that drawing.
So we unstrike, but the combined height of the wall shall not exceed the height of 12 feet.
Right, and the drawing comes out.
That's
I mean,
if it can be
compromises
seen
the
from a,
same.
that's if it can be seen from a public right of way. But if it's just between neighbors and it's not seen from a public right of way or somebody's backyard and the house is in front of it, the wall could be higher than 12 feet.
The combined height of the wall?
Yeah,
Yeah.
something might need to be 16.
Yeah,
I happen to live on one of those yards, so I'm trying to visualize what that looks like in relation to my yard.
I also live on one of those yards. Do we need to have the 12 feet in there? Because I think we could keep that 12 feet struck. Because it can be what it needs to be. In order to be safe. And.
But I'm thinking of the clear view. So you know where I live.
Well, Clearview is.
If I
is
put a
already
concrete
addressed.
wall, if I put a concrete wall in my front yard to hold up my house. Cause I do have a rock wall that holds up my house. You would drive up the street into the neighborhood and you would see. Like a 15-foot wall of concrete.
Yeah,
I do think aesthetics does matter to people.
it does matter. So.
So what are we proposing here?
the 12
That's what I'm
feet,
asking.
the 12 feet only applies to the view from the public street. So in Janelle's example, 12 feet would apply, but in certain places in people's backyards where they've got fences and trees and all kinds of stuff and you can't see back there, then as Brent's saying, they may be 16 or 18 feet high as long as they're engineered properly, because we do allow for that in the fence code too, to allow them to go up a little higher when there's a problem between topography and.
So Janelle, with yours, you would have to stop at 12 feet.
Of combined height.
Of combined height. And then that's where you would have to build. Would be at that
That would be
height.
great, I'd have to build up.
Yeah. Which if it's in someone's backyard instead of their front yard.
You're basically holding back everything and providing that backyard space. Which I've seen
Backyard would be
a
fine.
lot of that.
Yeah.
That's what mine does.
Okay. I guess we should just agree conceptually what it is that we want and then make sure that the code reflects that.
Safety is what we want.
We want safety.
Mhm.
So keeping all the engineering standards in there is valid. And then we have to decide what we think about aesthetics.
Aesthetics for yourself or for everyone?
See,
Well,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
think if
For
it's
some
in
people, it
on
wouldn't
the
make any
roadway, if you're
It's
driving
facing
through a
out the road.
neighborhood, right? If you're driving down a neighborhood, do you want to be in a concrete luge? Or do you want to have some sort of,
Well,
It
it
happens
wouldn't
when I
be a
drive down the
luge,
freeway.
it wouldn't be a luge because it would only be on one side
Yeah, some neighbors. do,
'Cause it would
some
go
neighbors
down.
don't.
or up.
Wouldn't completely be the luge.
right?
When you drive up down I-15, it's a luge.
There's the luge.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we ready?
Who made the motion?
I believe I made the motion.
Yes, you
I
did.
think things like that.
So now you've got to revise it.
Are we amending it then that we remove 4 in its entirety?
No.
No.
We're gonna unstrike the struck area. Except the exceeded
Because
height of
it
12
is
feet.
the street view.
Either that or we require terracing in the street view. But we don't require it in the rear and the side yard.
I'm fine with that. You decide what you're gonna propose.
I'm fine with that. I think terracing in the front or in the public right of way view,
But then you can do what you choose in your backyard.
and then in your
An
backyard,
engineered wall in the back.
you can put a
Yeah, not what you
whatever
want,
humongous,
whatever you can
super
engineer.
safe engineered wall in the back.
Well, we're not, okay,
As
so
long as
we're
it doesn't
talking
face the
about,
public road.
so if we're talking about number 4 and amending number 4, we're gonna leave line 32 in, is that correct?
Yes.
In that area right there. So we go down here to amend line 74, 71, 68, therefore. All right. Just so we kind of get this, so I can get it straight. We're taking out horizontal. That area we're striking and unstriking the rest of it, is that correct?
Yes. Unless you wanna change something about that height limit that can be seen from the public right of way. And then you'd make one more change. But if you don't, then you would do just like you said, you'd unstrike the part that's lined out, and then you would strike the part that's underlined.
I think myself, 12 feet is a reasonable amount of. From the street view, that they ought to be able to work their property in. With 12 feet being the high, maximum height. I don't know, how does the rest of the council feel about that? Make it a total height of 12 feet.
I think we want the engineers to decide what that's gonna be.
Yeah, I
And
think we'll
sign off
take
on
out
it.
the 12
Yeah.
feet.
Now say that again, what?
12 feet.
I say take out the 12
Up
feet.
the engineer.
Let the engineer decide what is.
Now this is a street view. So it then puts unlimited height. On the street view.
Not necessarily, because you can't, if you,
If you're 10
If
feet
you're-
back, it would
if
be
you're-
limited.
You
if you're
what?
10 feet
If
into
you're
the setback.
If you're on the side yard and you're 10 feet off the side, or if you're in the straight front yard and you're 20 feet back, then they could have unlimited.
Unlimited.
Part of the reason I wanna take it out is because you can see pretty much every retaining wall from a street. And I think it becomes technically complicated to restrain it in some places and not in others, like.
We'll just say front. It's not black and white.
It's not black and white. I think it's complicated.
So then how about you say, instead of from the,
Street view.
the exposed face of the retaining wall can be seen from the nearest public right of way. Why don't you just say from in the front and street side yards? If you said in the front and street side yards, the exposed face in the front and street side yards, instead of the exposed face that could be seen from a public right of way, would that solve it for you?
That's more specific.
Could we just do the first sentence up to the comma on number 4? Terracing of retaining walls is permitted where justified by topographic conditions, period.
Does that give enough teeth to do what needs to be done?
Over the rest of the code, it obviously adds a significant amount to the rest of it. We're talking about 2 or 3 lines of a fairly detailed code. Obviously, if there becomes a problem, we can always come back and address and add that if there continues to be problems. But we're talking about, 5 pages of code to adopt, and the holdup is 3 lines.
All right, can I amend my motion then? I think what Carrie's saying is good. I amend the motion on line 68 to strike line 71, 70, 69, and on line 68 to put a period after conditions and strike but the combined. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, all right.
Just remember, when they build them and people don't like them, they get to stay because the code allows them. Which I agree with what you're doing, is just fine, but if you don't like the result still stays. We get to change it for the future ones,
Right.
but we don't get to change it for the ones that you're looking at saying, oh, I don't know if I like that.
Okay.
So as long as.
Then we'll
you're-
know what we'll need to
as
change
long
for
as
the
you're
next
okay
one.
with that, that's great.
Codes of work in progress.
They are,
Yes, they are.
yeah.
Okay. So we have an amended motion. We need a second on that? Okay, we need who did the second? Okay, so you wanna,
Again, sure.
Okay.
I'll second it.
okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, can we do a short break for a moment?
We have a live stream that continues until you're finished the meeting, so we take one, but
We can take a break, but the mics are
the
on.
mics are on and the live stream is active, the meeting's still active.
Okay. All right. So stand up and shake your hand. You get the.
So I'm sorry, I just should see it. Exactly. That's my project. It's my baby.
Well, I don't usually live early, but I got a water turn.
Better take it.
I missed my water turn.
Well, it rained last month. Okay, go take that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we ever do water cups?
Oh, we didn't have to ask. I'll get some. We've got one.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Oh.
It is. My mother used to say, when they just got.
All I believe is that.
Wishes I had.
Wow.
How are you doing, Jeff?
Good, how you mentioned.
Bob, they are gonna talk about the ADU.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang around.
Our memories.
Yeah, I don't know what you were hoping for, but
That next generation.
It would work out great, as far as I'm concerned, what our
My teachers.
was to provide safety and to have the double horizontal.
And the whole world, the whole life.
And we wanted to be able to allow.
All right.
Areas that.
really neat. You've got,
Here's a formula that might work.
here's the markup. Right. Well,
This is better off.
I hope you know the value and appreciate everything.
Sorry, no, I gotta put it up there.
It's all right, but no, it's not a public document.
All right.
You can only talk about the same thing for so long without going, I mean, obviously, you've already pulled all your hair out. So.
Well, let's get a little long on the sides right there.
I know, you can just go listen to the rounds, I mean, you've gone through the whole thing, and we just got stuck on that one, I mean.
I just never. Hopefully get people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are, as they. But then seeing, I mean, I think as you can see them all from the road, like you go off Sarah, you know, you can see all from the road. I'll be so glad when I can.
I know. I know.
It made me excited to do that.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I didn't change the road.
I know, I agree, but
Time for me to talk to this.
I just know that there's a couple of people that are reaching out there. And
Janelle's good.
yeah, that's why I said, okay, it's all right. But when they do it, and you know what? They keep it wider.
You know, so many people think they know, but unless they're like here and
Yes.
during the meeting,
And it's
really
better.
what they when you're saying. What they think they know. We're not assigned certain areas. We have certain assignments. So like David, there's still, you know, Raymond, I do the.
Yeah,
Everything. Brett does, safety.
There was no highway. That was all.
Emergency. Jeff does communication with the school board. So like we all have assignments, but not areas. Yeah. So. Yeah.
So like if I don't want. When it makes sense was when we had a city should call me and residents.
And he'll tell you who to call.
It was overwhelming.
So can you tell me
But
what?
the thing is, as a utility, it's not like other utilities.
I can tell her.
Oh, Jeff knows who to call. He was mosquitoes up till David.
I can email you, there's a form, I can email you the form, you can just fill it out.
The next 2 years.
Oh,
Gigabytes.
It's a real simple form.
So if I tell you to fill all this stuff out, yeah. I don't do regional status.
Okay, let's come back together. This is gonna be long enough as it is.
Can I propose that we skip items 8 and 9 so that we can get the tentative budget reviewed and the strata agreement?
Let's just go.
I'm fine to skip 8, but you got a lot of people waiting on 9.
Oh, okay. If we've got
I mean,
people
not
there for 9.
necessarily sitting here, but there are a lot of people that are waiting on the decision.
Well, and we can probably do these quickly, but if they require a lot of discussion, then maybe we should skip them.
I'm all about.
I actually know where I stand on both of them unless someone brings up something I haven't thought of.
You can always make your motions, it's because.
But you can easily move tentative budgets and the strata contract up and then see what kind of time you have to discuss the others.
If the council wants to do that, we can do that.
Should we just try and do them and see if we all are,
Just try and get through it where we can.
okay, so open it up and I'll make a motion.
Okay. You're telling me what to do. I'm okay. with that. Okay, we'll, breaks over. And so, I'll entertain a motion to change the agenda around a little bit. So do I have a motion?
I thought we were gonna plow through them. Is that not what we're doing? Just go on down through them?
Yeah.
Whatever you guys want to do, but.
You said just go with number 8 and let's.
Okay,
Let's
let's
do
do
it
it.
quickly.
We can, if everybody's
can
on
do
board to
8
do
and
it
9
quickly,
quickly,
let's
I
do
think.
it. Okay, so, we've got the retaining walls, we've taken care of that. Item number 8, ordinance 10-2024 PCC 10-8.6. Amendments parking regulation. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may approve an ordinance that makes amendments to the city code 10-8-6, which governs parking regulations. Ordinance 10-24. So, who's,
At this point, unanimously approved or unanimously recommended by your planning commission. It's been there, had chance to read it. If you have questions, we're certainly willing to take questions. It is
let's
increasing.
do it on that basis.
It's increasing certain amount. We figure that there needs to be a bit more parking required in certain areas, and that's what it really.
And this is one of those codes that we're finding that has to be amended, because when we passed it, we didn't foresee some of the issues that we're having.
Right.
And so, it's kind of a living, breathing document. So let's, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 8, ordinance 10-2024. PCC 10-8-6 amendments to the parking regulations as they have been proposed.
Okay, have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay,
I was kind of, when I was studying, I was flopping back and forth between the IADUs and the parking because they kept referring to each other. And I just wonder if we should specify that, I guess it's ordinance on number 4 in parking. That is what applies to an internal AD unit. Accessory dwelling unit. Goodness, tongue twister.
On line 4?
No, let's see. I'll open it. It's might give me better directions.
74.
No.
Location of parking.
Are you talking about line 11? Where it talks about single family detached?
3 spaces for each unit in a single family detached unit. And then it says, for every person above that, we have to have a parking space. So if you are in an interior accessory dwelling unit and you have a family of 4 in the basement and a family of 2 upstairs, you're requiring 6 parking spaces. Is that right?
No, that's a dwelling unit occupied by 4 or more individuals unrelated. So if you had,
if you have kids, that it doesn't,
yeah, you
doesn't
can,
count.
Well, I've had some experience with this. If you're inside the structure, and if you look at state code, it's basically if you're defining it as a single family unit, and then it has an interior accessory dwelling unit. And state code says in a single family dwelling, if you're in a municipality with a university, the minimum is 3. If you're not, which we're not, it's 4 is the minimum that you can allow. But that's how they define it. It doesn't matter who's upstairs, who's downstairs, who's related at all. Because once you cross that threshold of unrelated persons, they consider everyone in the building to be unrelated, whether you are a brother or sister or sibling or anything else like that.
who gave you that interpretation? Because I've had several attorneys not do it that way.
That's how Logan City does it. And their interpretation of what a single family home is falls under that minimum of 3 because they're a university town. Because if anyone in that party is not related, they're all considered unrelated. And maybe we crossed.
So the one unrelated person makes everybody unrelated. Is there nobody?
I think that's
Yeah.
Logan City.
They're not all related to that one
You think
person.
that's Logan City's interpretation?
Yeah, I wouldn't always follow Logan's interpretation.
No, I'm serious, I do, because I've gone over this with our city attorneys before.
Well, I've got that
So-
chunk of state code pulled up here. But
So you're concerned that it adds 1 space per individual.
per individual, yeah.
So at that point,
Particularly with interior accessory dwelling unit. So do we cap that somehow? Or
Put another caveat in it.
put another caveat in there?
this one, I mean, what this is doing from what the code is currently, it says there were 2 spaces for 3 individuals, 1 for each additional one after that. Now we've gone to 3, crossed out the 2, so that it's simply gone to from 3 individuals to 4 individuals. To have 3 and 1 additional if they have more than 4. So your example of having 5 in the household would require 4 spaces. If you have unrelated individuals inside the household, I think the idea is that you have unrelated, a lot of times they're going to have their own vehicle if they're completely unrelated. So each time you add another, you need a space for the ability to have that unrelated to have a spot. So it doesn't require than to have so many, it just says, hey, if you're going to have more people, you have to have a place for that vehicle. to-
Sure.
And as you add more people in, you gotta add another space, cause at some point, the idea is that if you have that many unrelated, they're all gonna have their own car.
Well, could we put one space for each adult individual?
Sure.
I think
You can add adult, that would be fine.
I think adult, I mean, even though over 16 drives, but you know, it can get pretty technical and hairy with related,
Adult
but
at 21 or 18.
Or 16.
I think
18,
Driver.
18, so maybe we don't say adult, 18 and older,
License.
or licensed driver.
Drivers would probably do it.
I think a licensed
For
driver
each licensed driver,
is fitting your vehicle. So, all right, so you want
one
licensed
space
driver.
per each licensed driver.
Okay. Janelle, is there anything else you had?
No, that's it.
I just had one, I had a question up on the, up in the boxed area. When it gives us the reference to what planning commission did, or,
Background information, abbreviations, finding of facts.
well, it says vote, says nay 3. Vote, and then it says nay 3. I don't understand that.
I think that's
Line.
fair.
it's a typo. It's a typo, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah, okay,
we'll strike that.
All right.
I
Strike that.
thought I
and
cut and
step before.
pasted, but maybe I
Well, you just highlighted a little too far down.
don't know what I did. I'm sorry.
Sorry, if it needs to be struck.
Okay, so we have a motion.
So I'll amend the motion, that we approve ordinance, 10-2024, the parking regulations, as presented, except on line 16, we'll say one space per licensed individual.
Licensed driver.
Okay, licensed driver.
I'll second. Okay, so we have a motion, amended motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Let's go to item number 9, ordinance 11-2024 PCC amendments regarding the use and construction of ADUs and IADUs and structures. Will consider for adoption an ordinance approving amendments to the city code that regulates ADUs, IADUs and structures.
I just note that one, it was approved, by unanimous votes. I think, right, unanimous vote of the planning commission, recommended to you by a unanimous vote of the planning commission. And at that point, this has been discussed, by a subcommittee of the planning commission. And took months to get to this point of the process and has had a extensive amount of discussion, both in their meetings, and if you've reviewed their meetings, hopefully you have and have read those, but there is several changes that have been exhaustively discussed at planning commission level.
Ad nauseum.
Not that has to be not discussed here, but just so that you know that it has had an extensive amount of input and public hearing and other requirements at the planning commission stage. This took months to get to you as it is. So if you'd like to change it, we'd be happy to have it.
Well, again, we're talking about something that this is our best guess as to what's gonna work the best. And let's use it. If there's a problem, we can come back. I mean, it's not that nothing's dangerous here.
Not set in
And
concrete.
there's no safety issue. And so let's try it. Let's see how it works. And if it doesn't, we can bring it back.
With that, I'll make a motion.
Okay?
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 11-2024 PCC amendments regarding the use and construction of ADUs, IADUs and structures.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to accept. Need a second?
I'll second that, but I have a bunch of little things. Some of them are spelling, a lot of them are spelling errors, and 2 of them are graphics. So on line 45, we talked about adding a description to all of those setback drawings. And I think we intended to add a description to all of those on line 45. So I think we were gonna add them to 1, 2, and 7.
And we did. Justin got that done for me. I
Oh,
apologize.
they're just
that
not in this.
They're not in this, but we did do, so it would be with the updated graphic that has the descriptions.
Okay. And with that, there's a graphic on line 54. I just think we need to update the graphic because.
He did that too.
Okay, because I'm gonna say the entire note is like, except ours is different than every single item in the drawing. So I was like, it's every single item in the drawing.
Yeah, we're gonna, yes, he did
So I think
that.
that graphic needs updated. And then, on line 20, page 1 of 6 should read porches may project. It says, the word should be may, whatever it is.
What line are you on?
Line 20. It says,
Instead of my project.
My project.
yeah, it should be say may. And then. Line 61 should, width should be added associated with a single family dwelling. Line 81 should be 3 years or
Did you
less.
say 61,
61
and it's where?
is,
So it would be on page 3 of 6.
yeah, the line numbers.
On the flagpole?
61, one flagpole that does not exceed 15 feet and is set at least 5 feet from the property line. Is that what you're?
I think there's 2. This is kind of confusing because there's 2 parts to this.
Yeah, and 2 sets of line numbers.
Yeah,
It's page 2 of 6, line 61, allowed on each property associated with a single family dwelling. There should be width between the red and the black.
Okay.
And then
each property, oh,
This is the second. Right.
allowed
It's on
on
page-
each property associated with.
I read down.
Yeah,
I got it.
And the 16.
and then line 81, as we follow that down, should say 3 years or less.
Okay.
And line 193.
Okay, I must have been in the right place because I'm not seeing this.
There's 2 sections of 2
This is
different.
page
2
5,
sections
page 5
of
of 6.
Second set of
On
6 pages.
193, it should say dwelling instead of swelling. That's it.
On 193,
193.
We don't want to have anybody swelling. We don't allow that in Providence.
interesting that most of those are.
They're just
current code.
clerical.
Yeah. They have been not caught by a lot of people.
Yeah,
For a long time.
yeah, they've been there for a while.
I'm just looking at the concept. Okay, so we have a motion.
Yeah, do I need to amend it? Amend it to include the typo errors,
The clerical error.
clerical errors,
And the new graphics.
and the new graphics, yeah. Okay, that's.
I'll second. So we have a motion and a second. Anything further?
I just have one other question about
Yes.
the precedence for paying $100 to somebody who says, I have one of these. Are there other cities that do that? Or do you?
That's a new,
or where
test case of things that that the planning commission thought would be a good idea to try out. And at that point, sometimes with as much work as we put in to identifying ADUs and IADUs, and the potential of a negative, that was a carrot to try to help promote people to self-identify that they have these. And so that we can utilize them in our reporting of our
Moderate.
Yes, our
moderate
moderate
income
income
housing plan, and the consequence of and problem if we don't have things in our moderate income housing plan could be $500,000 to $1 million damages. So to pay $100 to self-identify seems pretty cheap, to be honest. So that's why I was like, oh, somebody proposed it, I think it came from planning commission, hey, can we give a carrot? And I think from a staff side, we're saying, hey, that's a little, maybe difficult to administer, maybe, but ultimately, the payoff is that we get to count them and report them into our modern housing plan, and I think
And they're
the
doing
win-
it anyway.
the win is good. I don't know that there's other ones that do it. I don't know of other ones that are
I
doing
don't
it,
know.
but it seemed like something that
Yeah, that's.
it was a effort to try.
Incentivize that?
Well, do we have?
From the real estate market?
Is there an estimate of? What number do you project? How many do you think we have?
I'll bet we got 50 or 60 and we know about 13.
Yeah.
So if we have $5,100, $5,000 and the consequence of not having anything or not showing progress when there has been progress, it is substantially different.
So
So
it helps us a lot.
that's why we went that way, but you can clearly strike it if you don't like the idea. But that's the.
I think it's a great idea, actually.
I don't know that all of those people will want the $100. That's
Right,
been our
yeah.
problem with this all
I still
along.
think you'll have some like hidden,
I think so
they
too.
won't take that, but.
How do you advertise that too, I guess is
That's
the
not-
question. How do you advertise that? I mean, I know the typical resident is not reading the ADU
I
code.
don't know that we're looking to majorly advertise.
If you
But we
tell
are-
your neighbor, then you get the $100.
We can certainly do
works.
that. If you tell your neighbor and we call, at least it lightens the damage that says, oh, don't feel bad if you let us know about your neighbor, because your neighbor might get $100, so go
As
ahead.
long as we tell who told them as well. They can have some-
Just kidding.
Okay, no,
Anyway, I don't know that we've designed a marketing campaign around it. that has not been the case.
We do have specific stuff on our website. When you go to the land use page the land use page or the community development page, and you go to the general plan, there's specific stuff devoted to moderate income housing and particularly ADUs. Because we're trying to meet all the little nuances in that state code. So there is some there, and we put it out in the newsletter once a year. We ask people to tell us what they're doing, but
Well, but this $100, if we put that in the newsletter, I think that will get some people to come forward, because people who have an IADU that their kids are living in are probably letting them live there for free.
Sure.
So $100 is $100.
And at that point, I think the definition requires that be a rental unit or property unit. So just because you have a kid living, it doesn't.
Yeah, they don't pay rent.
Well, if you're renting it out.
But it's not that
Not
they
$100.
just come and tell us. They actually have to record something at the county.
Right.
It's recorded. Because that's how we can prove to the state
Right.
that we truly are helping
Complying.
people do this.
Right.
But, well, we could add a caveat in there that we've done this in the past, that we'll try this out and we'll revisit it and see what results we've had in a year's time and look at it and see if it has made any.
So we can put this
If
on
it
the
has,
agenda.
if it has any benefit, then we'll see that. And if it doesn't, then we can strike it.
do we think
Well, you guys all have
too much,
faults
too
on
little?
that.
Is there another number that would still incentivize?
Well, we might want to increase it if we don't see anything.
You can also put an expiration date on it. So sometimes you have a sunset provision on something like that. Instead of adding it to the agenda, you simply just put in the code a sunset provision that says, and the $100 will expire in
1 year.
1 year. And then if you like it, then you can always come back, amend and extend that sunset. That happens all the time too.
I like that as a test anyway, as far as.
So 1 year, 2 years, whatever you think would give us enough time to be able
To
to
measure.
accomplish it. And I might recommend 2 years to give us time for it to get out and people actually respond and to work through that. So, but a 2-year sunset on that provision, that couldn't be an easy thing, so that's not a forever thing, and then you have a evaluation time when it sunsets.
Okay, so do we want to amend that motion? That motion?
How do you want to change it?
Who made it?
Brent made the motion, but
Yeah.
Dave's proposing.
Yeah.
Is that what the council wants?
Yeah.
2 years.
You want a 2-year sunset on that?
Do you wanna put a cap on it, like? The most that we're gonna pay out on it, or just sunset it?
No, just sunset.
I think right now, let's just put a sunset on it now, and if we decide we want to
If it
change
gets out of
to-
control, that means that we have lots of people that we can count on our moderate income plan.
Yeah, I don't like a blank check. That's a good point. But
I don't think we've got that many.
if
on
it
it.
ultimately saves in the end and you think we have 50 and it's 75, I guess it's not a massive
that much.
difference.
No.
What do you think, Jill?
Yeah, and if any of them even come,
If you're okay with it,
it will be.
but I think the sunset is good.
Okay, so Brent, do you want to amend your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend that motion to include a sunset of 2 years.
Okay.
On this ordinance, the $100 fee.
Okay,
I will second that.
okay, so we have a motion and a second, further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I'm clicking them off here. Item number 9. No, 10.
10.
Is resolution 05-2024 fiscal year. What's the E?
Fiscal year ends.
And
That's when it ends. It starts in
24.
24.
Okay, tentative budgets, the Providence City Council will consider for adoption resolution approving the fiscal year end 2024 tentative budget.
That is an error. That it should be 2025 in the
Yes, that is an
description.
error.
Oh.
And Mayor Drew put that. For all funds. So I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 10, the tentative budget for fiscal year 2025.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Do we have a second? Further discussion?
So I think most of this discussion should probably be saved since we have more to cover. But since I won't be here next month when it's approved, I know that there will be some people come forth with the salaries. I want to thank Mayor Drew for starting a salary study that would happen every 4 years, and that was presented last month, every 3 years.
This is the third year.
I think it happened in 2020.
It's the fourth year.
2020, now it's 2024. So the salary study is super enlightening, and if you're concerned about the salaries, go back to last month when the salary study was presented. I think that it's important to keep our salaries up to pace with, and not just elected officials, but especially staff. That they're kept up to pace with what others are receiving so that we can keep quality staff. And not, our best staff is getting offers and
so far
when it
we've
was
not.
presented, Ryan's salary was way below what his peers are making. And so as these salaries come up next month, I stand behind what the budget has put forth. And even for us, we haven't done a cost of living increase for the last 4 years because Annette has come and not approved of that. But I feel like if we just increase incrementally year after year, then there doesn't have to be a huge jump. And so since I won't be here next month to speak my piece on that, I just would like to see the salaries increase the way they have been presented in the budget. I want to retain a great staff. I think they bring tremendous value. We're getting grants beyond what we have before. Ryan is saving us money. He's making us money. A salary increase is the least that we can do. So that's where I stand, and I'm sorry I have to say it tonight since I won't be here.
Well, we also have not had a revolving door of employees coming and going. Our retention rate is very good. People are are happy, but we know that they're getting offers from other cities trying to steal them, so.
We have filled the water supervisor position. It was open for over 9 months.
It's hard to find good people. We have great people that are working for us. We have great team members. Thank you.
It was brought to our attention that the mayor's getting paid, according to some matrix, for 20 hours a week. But at like $13 an hour, there's $11. There's no way in hell I would work for $11 an hour. So even if she's working 10 hours a week instead of $22 an hour would not be enough for me to be mayor.
20 years ago, my billing rate in my profession was $60 an hour. 20 years ago. So anyway, I knew what I was getting into. Thank you for your feedback. We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Can I have a question, Rick? On the budget, may I have a question or not?
Speaker.
Because you're not gonna talk about it now, right?
Next month.
Next month,
Right.
so you can submit your questions.
Submit their questions or speak,
Or come next month.
speak during the hearing.
Or she's been saying. I'm welcome to take questions throughout the month of any question you have to.
I just have a simple question. Is it all right if I speak it?
Sets a precedent, but quickly,
Since it's on
come
the
up.
agenda.
Yeah, my name's Valerie Burns. I'm a resident here in Providence.
You have to say it in the microphone. 'cause
My name's
people can-
Valerie Burns. I live on Abbey Lane. I just want to know, when you do vote on the salaries, who votes on those? Do you vote on your own salaries or do the people get to vote on your salaries? That's my question.
We vote.
Unfortunately, we.
I don't, but.
And it's very awkward. Nobody likes to vote themselves anything,
Well,
but when the citizens vote for us, then they put us in a position that they know we'll be voting on a budget. And if the budget includes an increase, we vote on that. Now, we've had people abstain, we've had people say no on the council, and we've had people say yeah. But when they vote us in, they know that's gonna be a part of it, at least they should know that's gonna be a part of it. And so the public doesn't vote on that particular item, but the budget is allowed to be discussed. And if there's valid reasons why there shouldn't be increases, then that's the way then the council has a chance to.
And that's what's happened the last few years.
okay, thanks. It just seems very strange that you get to, I've never seen an.
Everywhere
in
in public.
I think Congress does it too, and it's.
The county council,
Terrible.
it's horrible.
It is. US Congress does it. Everybody does it.
All elected officials do it. Okay, horrible.
Okay,
School board meeting.
I got it.
Just increase
That's the
their
way it is,
pay.
I guess. I do have one comment about the AED when you mentioned it a long time ago. Thank you, whoever made that decision to get an AED. My only concern is the AEDs need to be at the place where they're doing their sports. They can't be in a office because if you need it, you need it. So I don't know how where you're gonna store that, but I would really recommend as a healthcare professional that you have it where your athletics are. So I'll just.
At this point, it's for staff and that, and not necessarily for the athletic side. So it is in the building and the staff spot of staff. If there's a staff problem, we haven't necessarily got that one, but we certainly could do an extra one when that comes about, certainly.
Oh, okay, so you don't have one where the.
So we have one where it is a staff located item. If there's a staff issue, we would identify it as a staff and where our staff is located. So those are our administrative items for the staff at this stage. They are portable and can be moved and can be taken to those locations, but anyway, that's what it is.
Where would you keep it? It would get stolen.
Well, my comment is you just need to have it where the athletes are. Because if they go down, you've got to have it there. You can't be running, people die by the time you run back and get it from an office building. You need to take it to, you could just have one, you need to take it to the.
We have three.
Well, then they need to,
So anyway,
okay.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. So
Motion.
we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so item number 11. Updated agreement with Strata Networks. The Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on an updated agreement with Strata Networks. Ryan will take this as an explanation. We'll allow Strata to make comments, and then we will have the council discuss.
we have successfully come to near the close of our contract. I believe we've reached substantial completion for our contract. We have had a great success with Strata and with what's gone on, we've had the ability to see that network. 3 years ago, we expected that this would, there was some mystery on the take rate, mystery on the different pieces of the puzzle. And ultimately, we've come down, and there appears to, they have presented, and at this point, there appears that there's a little bit more cost that may have been unexpected. So this is looking for a little additional cost in that. They're proposing that they've had some additional units. They've given some credit for that. There is some pluses and minuses to where we may have thought things would come out. Ultimately, this is about whether they've substantially completed the contract, and whether we want to allow some additional cost as things have gone. We've had some good growth over the years. This has been 3 years, and we made some approximations when we started this, and we're in a position that we've have out of what we expected, we have 58 to 60% take rate of our residents. We have about 95% of the expected number of drops installed. We have all of the main line that has been constructed. So at this point, the change order is being proposed that we complete, that we accept completion or substantial completion of the contract, plus an additional $150,000 to add to that change order. And that's what this change order is proposing. So. Anyway.
Okay. Who would like to speak for Strata?
Before we do that, we didn't get here fast enough during your break because we knew you guys needed some beverages. And there's probably enough for the whole
Then
audience.
we'll have to have
actually.
another break.
So pass them down.
thank you.
Sorry, we were just gonna do an Uber Eats order from Swig, but we didn't know what you guys would want, so.
We like that you're
Thank
shopping at
you.
Macy's.
Yeah, we did shop at Macy's. And Mayor, if you're working for $22 or $11 an hour, we have several job openings. So take you in a heartbeat. Yeah, so Tyler Rasmussen with Strata Networks. I would just echo much of what your city manager has said. It's been a fantastic project. I think the only thing I would correct, I think this change order doesn't necessarily represent from our perspective a formal document representing substantial completion. There's still some work to be done, which is outlined in the change order. Specifically, we will continue to accept orders on drops and installs until the date that's outlined here, I think next week, right, Brian?
17th, so
Friday. And again, if the council can recall, the original contract termination date was the end of the month. That would have been the 3-year term. We recognize that there was an influx of orders those last 4 to 6 weeks, and the contract didn't really address very well how those last minute orders would be handled. Didn't give us time to complete those. So again, we've extended that window for 2.5, 3 weeks, and we'll be working to complete those through, a month after that May 17th date. As well as, just recently getting access to the HOAs in Vineyard Phase 1, correct? And Gateway, we needed a little bit of additional time to complete fiber to the curb in those HOAs. So there's about 280 locations that we're seeking a little bit of additional time to get those completed. So again, the only clarification I would give is that this document doesn't represent a formal substantial completion document. From our perspective, it simply represents a change order. Once we complete the remaining work, we'll give you a substantial completion document that you can accept and sign off on. Yeah, I think, as Ryan mentioned, there were some things that were mysteries. And I think I just want to reiterate a couple points of the way that Strata approached this. There have been some elements of the contract that were a little bit unclear. We've had a lot of discussion about how to remedy those. According to our documentation, which includes, public data, GIS data, boots on the ground data, you've passed over 3,500 locations with your fiber network. So that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that a drop has been completed. A drop is the portion from the curb into to the exterior, in this situation, the interior of the dwelling. And it does not mean that an install has been completed, right? But you do have basically what we would consider about 3,577 units passed that will eventually become revenue generating units for the city. So that's great news. Also with the contract, there are some drops that weren't completed relative to the 2,700 number that was included in the contract. And there's obviously some installs that weren't completed. So that's a portion of the credit that you see there. We've credited those off their cost. And because we passed additional locations, you can see in there that there was a substantial overrun on the contract on that cost. But we've also issued a $1.1 million credit to the city to try to maintain what we believe to be the best balance in this partnership. So again, we hope that that's heard loud and clear by the council. We entered this arrangement as a public-private partnership, and we want to make sure that the council feels that that's the way we continue to approach it. So that's all I would add. If you have questions, we're happy to address them.
The council have questions?
I don't know that I really have questions, other than, like, I've spent a ton of time on fiber, so much time, and put so much scrutiny and effort into studying this. I just feel like the summary and the description, I'm okay with the table, and the dates, as outlined on the second page, and even the dates that are outlined on the first page, but I would, I just have a different view of how the numbers have been come to pass, but I have a different proposed summary and description that I've written up that I would like the council to consider. If you guys want to see a copy.
I'll grab it.
You don't
on my
need one.
laptop while you guys discuss.
Do you want to see it?
Sure.
You guys all have it?
I would.
Like, more, bring it out.
Let's go. I got one.
I got that one. You're Mark, we have another. Do you want one more at your table? Scott, I've got another one.
We're okay, probably. If you have an extra copy, we'll take it.
So I just wanted to replace the summary to say that the city agrees that the project outlined in the construction agreement is substantially complete. In the fact that I feel like we have a hut, we have pond cabinets, things have been built to design, redundancy is there. And I feel like the drops have been made in good faith as we've given opportunity and decision-making power to the public. And then the second bullet point is the contractor and the city agree to disagree about what constitutes a serviceable location specifically for the project. The construction agreement states that the project in the total construction installation of fiber optic communications network to an estimated 2,700 locations within the city limits. Nevertheless, the city and the contractor agree that the additional scope of work caused by the city's growth warrants an additional amount to be paid to the contractor, which I feel like that is, you know, the main line through Vineyard and Gateway and that additional time that you're asking for. The parties agreed to extend the window for final drops and installs to be completed prior to June 14th, 2024 on all drop and install orders that are received prior to the agreement's final completion date of May 17th, 2024. And I think that's consistent with what was presented to us. And then the description I wanted to replace entirely to say, include a table for cost and build schedule amounts represents the contractor's understanding of the details for the change order number 1. The city agrees to disagree with the contractor on the details. Nevertheless, the city agrees to the resultant subtotal amount of $150,000 for additional work required to complete the project as outlined in the construction agreement. This change order includes the mainline design, construction, and installation of Gateway and Vineyard currently completed or under construction. So I know that's a lot different than what was proposed to us as far as the first page goes. The second page I feel like I'm fine with the second page. So because there's a lot of wording changes there, you know, it may have to be like tabled and like pinned down at the next meeting in June, just because everybody probably wants their attorneys to vet it, you know, make sure that the wording is good and that it works for everyone. But I feel like once we get to that point where we have our main line done with Gateway and Vineyard, and I know the second page says September 30th is going to be our drop dead final completion of the project. But I think if the attorneys feel fine with this, I feel fine with adding, you know, a release to the design and construction agreement and saying, we're done. We're good. We got there. And I feel like it's been an awesome thing for our city to have this infrastructure. I think we've all ridden the roller coaster of the project, trying something out a little different than has been done in the past. But even residents that I know were maybe hesitant or skeptical about it have given it a chance, and they're all extremely pleased with it. They're all saving a lot of money, which I think is a huge win, especially in the economy that we have. With inflation and all those things, for people to see something where they're actually saving money instead of, you know, costing more money, I think is awesome for our city. So anyway, that's what I'm proposing. So if you guys want to think about it, ask questions, discuss it, that's for my peers. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a win-win because you've been able to build a model and show everybody that it works, that we're not another utopia, that we have a model that actually works here. And this was a test case. And were there some mistakes made? Yes. We probably should have been a little bit more specific about it, but at that point we didn't know. But our citizens are extremely pleased. Well, I don't think we get complaints from anybody.
Once people are connected, I get very, very few complaints. Once they're connected and using.
They like it, or if there's a problem, they call and it gets taken care of. We don't have anybody camping out on the front lawn wanting to spear us with their pitchforks. So it's been a good thing. Have there been some pains? Have there been some stretches? Yes. But we hope that you will take our change to the change order in good faith. That's how it's presented. And
can I make a comment?
Mhm.
I agree with what you're saying. I think it's been a good thing, good model. I think it's worked well. You've done a great job. But you're asking me to give you another $150,000 of the citizens' money. But I don't see any documents coming forth as to what is identified for that 150,000 or the 1 point whatever million credit. We're just discussing words here. And it seems to me that if I'm gonna be held accountable for another $150,000, I gotta know. Identify what that change is about, why I'm gonna give you another $150,000.
Want me to respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so, and I don't know how much has been discussed with the council, so it's hard for me to fully answer that. I assume there's been some discussions that you've had with your city manager, but, again, from our perspective, the contract, and the spirit of the contract and the language of the contract specified 2,700 locations to build fiber to the curb to deliver a drop to, and to deliver an install to as a utility model. That was what was agreed to.
Right.
Over the course of the contract, we found that there's more like 3,577 locations that now have fiber to the curb. We've been billing at specific units and specific metrics. One of those units is passings, number of locations or addresses passed. So the credit that you're seeing on the account is basically a summation of several months, in fact, years of negotiations with your staff about how we settle this issue. So the alternative is Strata could issue you a change order for the full amount, the 2,700 plus the additional locations that we've passed at the prescribed billing unit that the city has been paying. But we don't want to do that. Again, we know the city only has a certain amount of money that they've bonded for on this particular project. We also know that the city has accrued a certain amount of interest on the bond funds. And so the $150,000 and the credit amount were recommended by your city staff. And it's a summation of several months of negotiation. So the alternative is we can change the change order to eliminate the credit. And then the amount goes up by $1.1 million, which we didn't feel like would even be presented at this council because we've been stonewalled. So this is a summation of several months of conversation.
Can I ask you a question?
For sure.
Who designed the layout of the install? Did the city design it or did you design it?
Well, of course, we designed it.
Okay, did you not know that we were gonna pass certain vacant lots? As we went forward with the construction, did you not know that at the time? And when did you realize now that you were gonna come back and charge us for passing vacant lots? Did you not know that at the time?
Absolutely. We've been communicating this issue for well over 2 years.
Okay, so.
And to answer your original question on the locations, there was several back and forth emails and conversations about what the right location count was to put in the contract. And again, you know, we got to go a long ways back. And again, I don't want to unearth things that we don't need to. I think we've landed in a really good place tonight, and I don't want to diminish the efforts that have been made by our team and by Ryan and the mayor and their staff. But again, there was some conversation about having the contract spell out more like 2,300 or 2,400 locations. And we were actually saying we felt like there were more from early on, before we even had a contract. We were pushing that there was more like 3,100. But in the end, we agreed to the 2,700 locations, fully expecting that if we passed more, we would be compensated for that.
Passing them did not add mileage to, you did the same 4 square blocks as you initially bid. So it's a hard pill to swallow, and I came into Ryan's office yesterday, hotter than a wet bee, and he talked me off the cliff. And so, like, as far as I was concerned yesterday, I was like, a change order, it means that you delivered something more, and you did not deliver any more than what you contracted for.
That's not accurate from our perspective. That's not accurate. When you
delivered more wires than you contracted for. You put it in more streets than you contracted for. You knew exactly how much you were putting in.
Well, again, this is the conversation we've had for 2 years, and I respect your opinion, but it's not accurate. When you design a network, you design for a certain amount of locations.
I feel like what you're doing is completely unintegritous. I'm going to vote yes, because I want to move on. But in the beginning, you knew how many miles you would put in. And you're coming back, when you did your contract with your subcontractor, a month after you did our contract, you knew exactly how many miles you're putting in. And so now you're coming back in a very unintegrated way. Ryan's dealt with your bull crap, and he's now talking us off of the cliff. And it's completely unintegritous. But I feel like, okay, $150,000 to not go to court. You know, if you'll agree to Janelle's, agree to disagree because your numbers are crap.
In the design and the construction agreement, we agreed on a fixed price lump sum. So I feel like however we list it as a credit or whatever that is, however these numbers were come to within the table, we did agree to a lump sum amount of the 8 million.
Yeah, here it is right here.
Whatever, $8,043,846. We agreed to the lump sum amount for a substantially complete project, which I think we can all say we're about there. You know, the end here is a little bit fuzzy, right? I mean, I've read the contract several times. What the finish line is a little fuzzy. It's not a crystal clear finish line where you're gonna run across the tape, I feel like. That's just my opinion. But I do feel like we can see it. We can see the line. And we did agree to this fixed cost, which I think has been beneficial to us as a city to have that fixed cost. Especially with I mean, that was a huge opportunity cost savings for us.
Yeah, again, I mean,
And so
I can't speak.
I do feel like the summary can satiate everyone because I do feel like there is going to continue to be that agree to disagree on what a serviceable location is and how we count that, how we came to that number. And I think part of that is managed by expectations and understanding of what fiber to curb is, what the Timex box is, what an install is. And all of that has been extremely I feel like it's something that we've all looked at for a long time, and we are solidified and entrenched in our positions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
on which particular piece, sorry?
well, and just like interpreting what our expectations of delivery was, right?
Yeah, no,
Whether
I think from.
2,700 represents a drop or 2,700 represents an address passed or whether it represents an ONT. I feel like as we've gone through this project, we've all established some sort of expectation in our mind of what that number represents, right? And so I think that's where we tend to, that's where we're disagreeing, right? Is what that number represents. And so I feel like sticking to the design and construction contract of the lump sum and saying, we can do that. We can absolutely do that. But we did have the growth, the main line. But speaking to Brent's point about where does the money come from?
I know where it comes from.
It's interest, right?
It's the citizens' money though.
But is the interest the citizens' money?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Their bond, they're paying for it.
They're paying for the bond, yeah.
Yeah, they're paying for the bond. It's their money.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate where you're coming from. I don't think that we differ substantially on positions. We've just gotten to a point where we needed to reconcile and have this discussion.
And we do.
And that's frankly all Strata's, we've said, we've been trying to reconcile this for many months and we haven't gotten anywhere. So again, you can challenge my character, you can challenge the company's character. We're simply trying to get to a point where we know what the future looks like and how we get to resolution. Because I think any reasonable person in this room would agree that Strata didn't sign a contract to provide fiber to the home to every location that pops up in the city for the next infinity, right? Which has been inferred, which has been inferred to us for many months, for many months. So you guys are getting your version of the story. Okay, and
When
again,
you say eternity, I mean, that's an
So when-
embellishment because the
Well, no,
design and construction, this was a 3-year agreement.
right, but when it,
So
right, but when it comes back to us and it says, this new development is popping up, you knew about it, it was vacant land in the city, there's gonna be another 50 units. You're responsible to take service to them. Then my response to you is, when do we ever get to fulfill the contract?
And that's
Why there was a specific location, that's why there was a specific location count. And again, in all due respect, Councilmember Kirk, when you design a fiber network, you do have to design based on unit counts. How big the shelters are, what electronics go in the shelters, how many cabinets you need, how much fiber goes in every conduit. So street mileage, or frankly, the bid that we had with our subcontractor had nothing to do with the total cost. And again, I understand from your perspective that you feel strongly that I'm being dishonest when I tell you that. I respect that, but I'm not. It's very factual. Anybody that has experience designing a fiber network knows that I'm being true. Okay, if you have, and these guys can speak specifically to it if you want, a cabinet can serve X amount of customers, period.
Have
And-
you served more than 2,700 customers? No, and have you served more than 2,700 customers?
You have to design the network to be capable of serving them.
So, and
So-
I wanted months ago, a year ago, to do more intake, to get more to get more people on the network. But you guys were too far out and you didn't have enough staff. You were all doing roads. No one was putting in fiber. You were doing like 12 a week. So we couldn't bring people on faster because there wasn't enough Strata help here to do the installs.
Well, we've been ramping up to a closure of this contract for several months, and we've said that we would honor any orders that come in, and we are honoring those beyond the construction agreement. So-
Right, but we would have ramped it up a year ago, but you were behind, and you have to admit you were behind.
And
And you were doing 12 a week and you couldn't do more. You didn't have crew here to do more.
I would, let me just say one thing really quick, and then you can jump in, Paul. That's of course accurate at times in any construction window, right? And I would just say, we'll take responsibility for that, which we have partially with the extension of time granted for orders. Again, I think we're being a little one-sided in this conversation, because had the city moved forward with the model the way that it was discussed and agreed.
We couldn't, it wasn't done. We couldn't charge people $10 a month until they had hot fiber in the road. And there were 2 places that just got finished, which is why you've got a lineup of people wanting drops, because the project wasn't ready for us to implement the $10 fee.
Again, you know, we don't need to debate this. I mean, we can if you want to, but had Strata been given the contract the way that it was intended, which means we go into a neighborhood, we build fiber to the passing to every location, we do a drop and an install at every location, which is the way it was intended. Okay, we would not be having this conversation. So again, I'm asking you to see this from Strata's perspective.
But you
for
didn't
just a
have the
moment.
crew to do that. My understanding was we couldn't do it to every location
So
because there wasn't crew here to get it done.
let me ask you, which would be a more efficient way to build a network? Would it be to bounce around the city doing drops and installs as orders come in? Or would it be to, of course not.
No,
So
yeah.
we've had to accept that inefficiency and that cost increase as well, based on a decision that the city didn't make in the model that we all agreed to. So again, I'm not trying to debate. I'm simply saying you've heard your version of the story of why Strata is the villain. Okay,
Actually, Ryan talked me off the cliff. He told me why Strata was negotiating and how far you had come. And so it's me. It's not him.
I didn't say Ryan's name just now.
No, but you're implying that we've been told by him that he's the bad guy. He's not.
Well, this is-
Actually, the contract is what I read and looked at.
It's the same
And I was
document we
in the discussions in the beginning, and what you're saying now is different than what you implied when we got started.
read.
So-
In what way?
You were gonna pass every house for the set amount. And you, like, I don't believe you've delivered more than you said you would deliver. I believe you've delivered less than you said you would deliver. I believe you ran behind. I believe you stopped for 6 months in the beginning because things weren't going. You couldn't get supplies. I mean, that was out of your control. But I believe a change order means that you've delivered more than what the contract says you would deliver. And I do not believe you have done that.
Okay, we can choose to disagree. We've passed 3,577 locations. The contract says 2,700. That's what the contract says. 2,700.
That you would install in the entire city.
And you've been credited back for the drops and installs that we didn't perform. So again, what have we underperformed on? This is the same conversation I had with your mayor. I'm not sure that you're understanding what's in the change order. We've passed 800 more locations than we were contracted to pass.
Which you can't prove. I mean, your numbers are different on every place I look.
What does that, where are you getting that information?
Well, when I look at what you have done and what you've recorded as like finished, what you've recorded on your site, on the city takes, like the numbers are all over the place.
Well,
So
sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. This is the first time we've had this conversation with the council, and if you want to have that conversation, we will. We can pull up the data set that we've provided.
I'm actually ready to vote. I think you're unintegritous. I've already said that, but you know, I'll give you the money in good faith if you'll approve this and you know, not say that you've delivered more than the contract said, because you haven't.
I still have one question I'd like to bring up to you. Coming back to what my original premise. Now, I give you the credit that there are places where you probably extended mainline where it was not originally in Providence at the time you come in and design the system. And that's part of what you're telling me is the 3,500. I want to know where that is. I'd like documentation as to where that is, because there was Providence in the year that was bid, and there's Providence today we're settling up on. And if and so my question is, I'm gonna give you $150,000. You're telling me it could have been $1 million something to pass these vacant lots and so forth. I don't understand that, because you designed the system. Yes, there could have been 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 areas that have grown since then. And I want to know why that's $1 million more.
It's not. The change order doesn't specify that.
I understand that, but the table says you gave us a credit for so many up in the millions of dollars. I don't understand that, because is it millions of dollars to go to the gateway, to a couple of these other subdivisions? That's what I need the documentation for. I need to see what the documentation is and how that balances out, to give you the citizens from the citizens of Providence another $150,000.
Yeah, so again, when you reference documentation, I'm not sure what you need. We've provided a CSV file with all of the locations you're asking for. We've provided a shape file with all of the locations you're asking for. What additional documentation would you like?
I have not seen any of that. I have no idea what.
I have the Excel file, and I'm happy to share it. Happy to pass that along.
At the rate.
That's my fault to not forward it on, and I'll take that one. Happy to forward this file on to you if it'll help, but this is what the file looks like, has the units. We have gone through, there is, you know, it'll show you which ones are vacant lots. You know,
I have a hard time.
Does the contract to pass vacant lots or dewdrops?
If
Is that
you read it
not a
as
simple
the
question?
definition of the project, it says
Ready to use.
Well, ready to use is farther down, but it says.
Says right there. Install, provide, furnish.
On C, on D2C, it says furnish, install, or provide unless specified, ready to use. And it also says on E that the project is the total construction and installation of those locations. So passing them is not.
Say that last sentence again.
The project is the total construction and installation of the fiber optic communications network to an estimated 2,700 locations within the city limits. And it's an estimate of locations.
Right, we know it's
So,
not.
so that's not a hard, fast number, but I feel like we just need to decide on a finish line. I said this before, I feel like we have a fundamental different perspective on what that target was, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so we can get really upset and we can argue our positions back and forth about who we think is right on their interpretation and their understanding of what that number represents.
But it's not right.
Well, I feel like we have, I'm thinking what Ryan said, but 95% Primex boxes hit that number, right? I don't know the exact figure, but what, 2,650, something like that, Primex boxes to the houses. Installed ONTs, the numbers, lower than that. But we also, when we started this agreement and we looked back and forth between what a subscription model was, an utility model was, and what the take rate would be in either of those cases, we've far surpassed our expectations on what our take rate would be. We have funds to meet our bond obligations. It's been a successful project. We just have to agree on a finish line.
So what is the finish line?
And what do
Is
we
it this
get for
Friday?
$150,000? Are we done? You're gonna come back later and say something else happened? When are we done? When are we, does this $150,000 settle?
2,700 locations, that's what it says.
So when are we done? When are we done?
2,700 locations.
Yeah, I guess, again,
Mitch has got a comment. Does anybody care if Mitch speaks or?
Let's finish this conversation.
Okay,
yeah, I think, again, I think the city's viewing this as a lump sum contract. And again, there's been decisions about whether or not to implement a utility model that has certainly impacted Strata, not only in the revenue we generate as your operator, because we get paid on a per subscriber basis, but it's certainly impacted efficiencies. But again, I think Strata, we feel like we could say, if it is a lump sum contract and you're just expecting us to take these additional locations because they were part of our original design, according to your position, then from our perspective, we would say then it's a lump sum agreement and we shouldn't have to credit you back for drops and installs that we didn't complete because you didn't implement a utility model. So again, I think we're trying to be fair. We're trying really hard, frankly. I mean, we feel like, and obviously Councilmember Kirk doesn't agree, but we feel like we've gone as far as we possibly can to find a solution. And again, we've been trying to resolve this for nearly 2 years. And I agree that we need to define a finish line. That's why Strata about a week and a half ago said, we need to get this resolved. We're already past the contract termination date, no end in sight, no clarity, no discussion. And so again, we're not trying to be hardballers in any way, shape or form. We want to define the finish line and agree on what this project looks like when it's completed. So in terms of what you get for the $150,000, I feel like I've answered that question. What we're saying is we've passed an additional 877 locations that were outside of the contract scope. It's the cost to us is far above and beyond the $150,000 that's in the change order. Significantly more. And you can choose to believe that or not. It's significantly more for Strata. Okay, whether you believe it, I guess, or not is entirely up to you. But we've credited back those costs to the city to try to find an amicable solution because this is intended to be a partnership. And now, if we can get the construction agreement done and completed and resolved and still have a workable relationship, we have a network operations agreement where we're supposed to work together for several years, where we manage your network for you. So again, this kind of perpetuates and rolls into our other agreement, again, that we want to be great partners on for the city. So that's my answer to you, is that we've passed an additional 877, whatever the number is, 57 locations. That's what the $150,000 is, but it comes at a significantly higher cost for your partner. But in order to get resolution, in order to define a finish line, we've issued a credit on the account that gets us to amount that's equivalent to the bond plus the interest payment, because that was what was suggested to us would be an acceptable solution to this council. So if that's not an acceptable solution, let's have the discussion.
In my mind, the finish line, you know, this. As far as finish line goes, I think that the dates that have been outlined and the scope of what work is described to get there, it's the main line through Gateway and Vineyard. It's all of the pre-scheduled drops that are scheduled before the 17th, and then there's a cutoff date when those have to be done by, you know, June 14th. I feel like that is a finish line.
Yeah.
Isn't that a finish line?
I'm good with that, if they're good with that.
Well, I think generally what you've outlined, again, I don't fully understand the pressures of the city, and I'm trying to be sensitive to that. Honestly, we've asked multiple times for the city to explain to us why the concern about the location counts. I think we agree conceptually on what the change order amount dollars need to look like at the bottom of the page. I think what you've outlined here seems like exactly what's in the change order. The only omission I can see is that we aren't being granted the time to complete the 2 additional HOAs that we just recently got access to. So we would need to make sure we clarify that, because we've asked for, you know, some time through September to get those done.
So,
but again,
which I think that stays input on the second page. I think that it's, well, then I guess what's the cutoff of June 14th supposed to reflect?
that's reflecting any drop and install order. So again, the drops are the piece from the curb to the premise, and the install is the actual ONT. That's for basically any drop and install orders that come in up until that date, which in our minds really could have been the end of April. But again, trying to be a good partner, we've extended that to the 17th. And then we're just basically saying, because the contract didn't clearly illustrate, if an order came in on April 30th and we didn't get it done that day, technically we were in default. That's the way the contract was written. We all recognize that was a mistake on the agreement. So we basically said, if the original draft of the change order was any orders that come in for drops and installs up until April 30th would be completed by sometime in May. But we've had some back and forth. We've extended that again another 3 weeks, again, to try to meet the influx of orders. There have been some delays.
Which I appreciate.
Okay, again, we're trying to be as accommodating as we can. Again, we have to define a finish line though. So at some point we have to say the drop and order installs have got to be completed within the construction agreement. Strata has to be given an appropriate window to complete those. And then we can say the construction agreement is done. Now we're working under the network operations agreement. That's the intent of our approach to this negotiation. So the fiber to the curb components of the HOAs in Vineyard Phase 1 and Gateway, again, we need additional time because we were just recently given access to those to get into them. So there's delays on both sides. There's been inferences that that's Strata's problem, that we were just recently granted access. I think
there were more discussions that involved the HOA.
we would respond and say it's our problem.
Kind of.
It's our problem, we're a partnership, right? And so, again, we're saying we'll do it for the cost that's included in the change order amount with the credit. We're not gonna charge the city any more money to do those. We're just asking for additional time. And again, to be clear, the drop and install components of the contract that are less than the contracted $2,700 or 2,700 units have been credited. That's part of the credit. We're not charging you for those. So technically, if you got 400 orders before Friday, we would deliver those at no additional cost to the city. We would be, again, there's risk to us. We would be contracted to complete those by June. That's likely not gonna happen, but that's what the terms of this change order outline, right? So again, we're trying very hard to be accommodating.
And those dates, May 17th and June 14th were proposed to us by you. So that's why I included them in my
Yeah, well,
my summary.
yeah, They're the result of several back and forths
Several
where
back and
the
forths.
city was asking for significantly more time and we were negotiating.
Right, so. I know you want to.
So what about drops within those two new developments? What is the proposed solution or?
Yeah,
I do
our
with
consideration would be that when those drops and those, the orders for the drops and the installs come in, they would be handled under the network operations agreement. The city can contract with Strata to do those if you want to, or you can contract with a third party. That's your right within the agreement. That's what the city's actually done already with SCI on some other work.
Okay.
Which, again, I would gently, in the spirit of partnership, I would encourage the council that, you know, in this particular situation, homes on the knoll, that subdivision, again, that was a really quick turnaround. Trenches opened up, short window to get conduit in. We were trying to clarify the agreements. Does this fall under construction agreement? Does this fall under network operations agreement? We provided a quote and we would just ask that, again, even as your partner under the network operations agreement, that our bid estimates be held confidential, not be given to a subcontractor so that they can say, we'll do it for less than that. We would ask that.
That's fair.
Because we know for certain that happened.
Yeah, that's fair.
They told us. And I don't think that aligns with your purchasing policies. So from now on, we will list confidential on all the materials we provide in terms of estimates. And we would, again, in the spirit of partnership, we would ask that we be treated fairly as well. So back to your question. If an order comes in and homes on the knoll or Vineyard Phase 1 or Gateway, and it's after the May 17th date, it's gonna fall under the network operations agreement, which has a prescribed rate, which we established over 3 years ago. Now, probably needs to be updated. And some things may come down in cost, some things may go up. I think we have the right to adjust that rate sheet annually, but we haven't adjusted it at all.
We adjusted it in February.
Okay, so thank you, good reminder. But again, we're trying to be a good partner. Strata's saying within the agreement, if you think our costs are too high, go find somebody that can do the work for cheaper, more affordably. And it does still need to meet the standards outlined within the network agreement. And because Strata has to accept the responsibility to operate those network components for you. And again, the standards have to be upheld for the network in order for us to do our job. So anyways.
We did go to SCI because you threatened to not do the project. Well, the window of opportunity was open for the trench. It left us at a threat of not being able to do the project if we didn't, and you were holding that against us. And so we were forced to take it to somebody else to get it done in a window of opportunity.
When you say we threatened to not do the job, what do you mean? When did we do that?
You sent it in an email that if you didn't get your change order approved, you'd stop work immediately on the Friday.
Which is under the construction agreement. This was under a network operations estimates, not even the same conversation.
That wasn't understood.
Yeah, very well couldn't have been. So we actually were ready. We had crews ready and materials ready to get in the trench for you on a very short window.
Okay, further questions? Mitch has a brief thing that he'd like to say, brief.
I missed public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I'm sorry I ran up fast, but I wanted to make these comments to clarify. These guys have done a great job. You know, this is an unprecedented event. Everybody's correct here that this was a lump sum for a usable install, which is a gateway. We have 1,600 of those. I have 500 orders right now. I can turn them in before Friday. Problem is, we never got our automated ordering system. Marie has to text them, they have to respond to Marie. It's hard reaching people in the modern era. We have the orders. I want to work this thing out. I think everybody has a win-win here. I think that we can all win if we just take a deep breath. They benefit when when the ISPs add 500 more customers in the next few months, so we can do that. And I don't think they have any objection to having 500 more customers there. They earn more money with the more customers. All those passings that are in the ground now that we're gonna do in the future, those are gonna benefit them. Those will be in years to come also. They're a great partner. I want to see them running this network, and when this contract is renewed, the operating agreement, I hope they prevail in that process. Tonight, Val is here tonight. Val, she told me she thought she was already installed and done, but all she has is a clamshell on the side of her house. She says, I'm all set, man. She said, no, you don't have a gateway. It's not installed. There's not a usable router, whether you can plug your router into a gateway. So, the perception of this is not complete in people's mind. They think they're done, but they're not. Somebody's gonna have to pay for that. It's not just 150,000. I did all the numbers and we're real close. They just owe us a small bucket of installs. And I believe if Tyler and I had time to visit on it, we'd be all on the same page about that. I've asked him for one of their men 1 day a week. Matt lives here in town if he can afford that. So I would hope maybe we could just extend this a week and if you want me to turn in all 400 orders by Friday, I can give you the names and addresses of people that just have their clamshells and are expecting. We thought it was gonna go on. There was threats of $1,000 a day penalty. Oh, don't worry, Mitch, they gotta get it done. We had a pandemic. They ran late. I'm going, turn the other cheek. Don't penalize them $1,000 a day. These guys did a great job. And we suffered a hard winter. They hit rock. And I believe him about those costs, but that's what it is. When you bid a job, you bid a job. And sometimes you eat the bear and sometimes the bear eats you. And these guys have been honorable partners. And I'd like to have a chance to talk to them over the next month and get these orders turned in. So, I pray that we can all, find a way to get along here, but you're absolutely right. These are public funds and you can't make a gift of public funds and there needs to be a list of addresses. I don't think vacant addresses are what we contemplated here. But these guys deserve a big attaboy right now, and I'd like to see us all figure out a way forward to get all 3,500 addresses lit, is where we want to be, Tyler, in a few more years, right? That's where we want to be. And Val, we'll see what happens tonight, but I'll make sure you get your gateway installed. Thank you. Thank you.
Kai, you had a quick comment.
I'll make it really brief, but as you all know, I spent a lot of time with this as well. And I sympathize with all the sides here because there's a lot of semantics involved. And I think what I'd like to just say to the council is that there's some truth on both sides, okay? It's the semantics are this. I completely disagree. I'm sorry, Tyler. I agree more with the semantics of what's being stated here. However, Tyler is absolutely correct that it's a little more complicated than just passing a house. There's a lot more into the design than that. So in my opinion, moving forward with the way that it's been presented, I think is a good way to move forward, to eliminate the semantics and to agree to disagree, but yet fulfill the contract, pay the 150,000, which is warranted, I believe, absolutely. And move forward with the contract, finish it and move forward. It's been overall an excellent thing for the community. And I think we should focus on the result. So, thank you.
Thank you for the positive. Okay. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
So I guess the motion, we can either, okay, let's make this motion first. Yeah, but maybe we consider this and take it to our attorneys and look at the language and the dates and make sure that it works for both parties. And that, after we refine that and finesse whatever, that we bring this back to the next council meeting in a approvable form that we all feel good about. I could outline all of my bullet points in my summary and my description. What's most beneficial, Ty? How would you like me to do this? Is it a motion to table? Is it a motion to send the proposed summary and description for review and adoption at the next meeting? What would our partners like?
Again, trying to be very conscientious of the progress we're trying to make. We're happy to entertain that. I'm happy to get it in front of our attorneys as soon as possible. I honestly wish I could say that I had a great level of trust that we would get this resolved in the next 30 days. I think the fact that we're having this discussion greatly boosts my confidence and my trust in Providence City. But what we don't want is to continue to perpetuate the uncertainty of where the finish line is for 30 more days and then kick dates out another 30 days, strata carry more costs again. So again, we're trying to remedy the situation that I know the council's just hearing about in a formal setting, but we've been discussing it behind the scenes for many, many, many months. For literally years.
What about a motion,
So,
A motion to accept the change of dates. And review
the wording?
the wording, or do any of you have input on this?
Yeah, I think it's fair for them to ask for a finish line. But I also think probably you guys as much as us would want to make sure that we're not leaving loopholes in an amateur written.
I'm not an attorney.
We know you're not an attorney.
Nope.
I've had a lot of legal documents.
An amateur written summary, but maybe we
But it
could,
protects everybody.
yeah.
If we do
Can I
that.
ask one question?
Yeah.
And again, if this is an ignorant question, dismiss it, it's totally fine, but I guess my question is, what are you seeking to accomplish with this language? Because to me, it feels very similar. There's a couple of omissions, which I can't tell if you're saying that they would stay in the original or if they would be omitted. But I guess
I
my
would
question is,
replace the summary and this description entirely. I leave in the second page with the table of dates and.
and I guess so specifically, what are your specific concerns with the current change order draft? Because to me,
The
these look like
interpretation of the semantics, I think that it's okay for us to agree to disagree. That we are not, because. Yeah, I think that we agree to disagree on the semantics of what it is. I think if we establish the scope of work, what we need to have accomplished for the finish line, we've got a timeline on that. I feel like it's something everybody understands, it's a finish line, we cross it.
yeah, and that's
I mean,
exactly.
sometimes at a finish line after a marathon, there's bananas and.
And
warm
it's the
blankets and
semantics
stuff.
that make me hot too. Like, I'm okay with the 150,000. It's just the semantics that make me want to cuss.
And again, I don't
And
want to make you cuss, but
so-
what particular semantics are that
It's-
you feel are
It's
unwarranted?
the 2,700 versus the passing of empty lots. I mean, I just am like, passing empty lots. That's, not serviceable. And so I'm sorry for being uncool. But maybe we could approve this based on the approval from both sides attorneys. Like, if we say, we feel good about it. And approve these dates. Pending approval from attorneys.
Yeah, again, I don't see anything.
I mean,
on this.
I understand you're wondering about moving the dates, like if we go take it and have our attorneys look at it and the dates and all those things. I did talk to Ryan about that. We feel like we can be retroactive about when that cutoff date is. And.
Cause you'll
work-
still
and
be
work-
doing
and work
installs
out
and we'll
those
just be
details.
paying for them.
You'll still be doing installs, right? As our network
That's-
operator.
That's
And
the
for-
hope, if the city
yeah, I
chooses
mean-
to use us, right? Yeah, that's.
Well,
our
we
hope.
have a network operator agreement, so I believe we will continue to get subscribers on the network
Fortunately, yeah.
over time.
Yeah.
Well, and so I think that the dates get resolved on the billing side.
Yeah, I'm fine with that approach as long as there's a commitment from both sides that we address it as quickly as we can and.
We also need-
You know how difficult that can be with attorneys, right? I mean, speaking about our own as well,
We also need to make sure that our network operator agreement doesn't open us up to this semantics conversation
Yes.
again.
Yep.
So I think it bears looking at and making
Absolutely.
sure that
We're on the
we
same.
learned something from this.
Yep.
The contract was not tight enough, it was not well defined, and that's why we're in this position we're in today. And looking at that network operating agreement, it benefits both of us.
absolutely, we complete. I think the only thing I would add to that is just, let's make sure we have an appropriate and effective vehicle to do that. I think part of what we're seeing here is this backlog of pressure, right, where Strata's been intending and trying to have the conversation, and I'm sure, you know, Ryan has too, but we just haven't been able to
It's
come to an
been
agreement.
frustrating for
Yeah,
every
so it's-
single person
So
in this room.
again,
so.
we're using this term a lot, and again, it's been used a lot by your staff too, which I greatly appreciate, but as partners, we probably need to have better dialogue, more open, more often. And we probably
And we just
to
need to make sure our terms are the same.
Yeah.
You know,
And there are
you say
elements-
one thing, we say the same word, but it doesn't mean the same thing. So
Yeah.
let's get that.
Absolutely, there's elements of the
Define.
operation agreement that we absolutely need to iron out and make sure that we're on the same page. And again, there's likely gonna be some disagreements with that too. You just have my personal commitment and Strata's commitment that we will do everything we can to be a partner and to act as fairly as we reasonably can. Honestly.
And we feel the same,
That's great.
that we're acting in good faith. We just need to protect the city. That's our job.
Of course.
And you need to protect Strata. That's your job.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can find a middle ground that will make that work.
Absolutely.
Mayor,
Okay.
could I ask Tyler one question? If he would agree to 2,200 customers as a hard finish line, I could turn in 400 orders tomorrow or Friday and get us there. You know, and then he agreed to do those and we'll be done. We'll work them out.
I would ask why we would ever be sitting on an order and wait till the last day to turn them in.
Well, we can't.
Why would any partner as an ISP say I have 400 orders backlogged and wait till the last 2 days to turn them in?
Well, they don't let me place the orders. And we give them to Marie and she tries to contact people that they can't be reached. And that's where we're at. Valerie's one of them.
And we will take care of any
I
order,
think-
valid order.
I think that this, right now, that's not part of our conversation. And I think we can iron those kinds of things out. So,
And Mitch
Yeah.
and anyone else that might be listening, like everyone will have the opportunity to sign up, whether they sign up by Friday and it's part of the lump sum, or whether they sign up next Monday and we pay for it. They will have the opportunity, and it won't come directly out of their pocket. It will come through over time. They'll pay for it by paying their monthly fee. And we're in a fine position to do that. So no one needs to panic.
I just want you to know how happy our citizens are.
Well, we hope so.
with this.
That's the end goal,
So
right?
that is the end goal,
Absolutely the end goal.
and there's no safety concerns here.
Hopefully not.
Okay,
So we need a motion.
so we need a motion to do that.
I make a motion to approve a lump sum addition of $150,000 for the contractor to complete the additional work required to fulfill the fiber construction agreement. So long as the change order includes the following modifications. One, the summary is to be entirely replaced and amended to reflect the city's agreement to finish the last bit of main line. Summaries to reflect the city's agreement to disagree with the contractor's proposed definition of a serviceable location for the project. Nevertheless, the city agrees to increase the scope of work and the contractor is entitled to payment for the increase. The summary is number 3, the summary is to reflect that parties agree to extend the window for final drops and installs to be completed prior to June 14th, 2024, and all drop and install orders that are received prior to the agreement's final completion date of May 17th, 2024. Number 4, the description is replaced entirely and amended to reflect that the details in the table for the cost and build schedule represent the contractor's understanding of the change order number 1. Nevertheless, the city agrees to an additional lump sum subtotal of $150,000 to complete the project. Number 5, the description maintains the final paragraph indicating that the remaining project scope include construction and installation for Gateway and Vineyard, currently completed or under construction. And that we hold those dates and we send it to attorneys for wordsmithing, for review. And authorize the city manager and the mayor to sign this change order once it's gotten back from the attorneys.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I,
I,
Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Blood, sweat and tears, but we're there.
Yeah.
thanks for being here.
Yep. Appreciate the dialogue.
Thanks for wanting. 10:30 at night.
And
Thanks
for the soda, I
the
was,
soda.
I think I needed that.
There's more soda. There's more soda. Pass it out to everybody, I guess. We still have more meetings. So, thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, let's finish up here.
You guys need to have 2 council meetings a month, so the public.
Then we can for sure double our pay.
Okay, I gotta find my agenda here. Okay, we've got 2 study items.
We have a municipal water, planning report, if we could have it presented and
Really quick?
adopted.
Okay.
It's probably something we have
I was-
every year annually and just needs to just be adopted.
We just need to do our annual thing.
Yeah, that annual wastewater report, you've seen that every year. And it's.
It's awesome. Thank you.
It's a fun read. I can confidently say that I, feel like our wastewater system is a fabulous overall
Read
shape.
every word.
Annually, we go through large portions of our system systematically and search for and resolve and repair certain things. And so overall, our system is in great shape and it's being managed and staffed and more or less maintained by excellent staff up there. So
And we have new staff.
we do have
Yeah,
two
hopefully.
new staff members finally, and that'll relieve a whole lot of stress on the water and sewer and stormwater departments.
So the staff ask is for you to accept and approve the report.
Okay. Jeff, is this one you can do?
Yeah, I'll motion that we accept the item number 12, municipal wastewater planning program annual report.
Okay, we have a motion,
I'll second.
okay, second by Janelle. Any questions?
I have one. Do you have an idea when our line is full? Going out of town? What's an estimated date on that?
When our line is full, it's already full.
I know it's full.
It's not
There's
in.
only a little tiny piece of the line that's actually Logan, so when it overflows there, we'll help them respond, but it won't be our problem.
Actually, their line.
We have
The
a
whole
commitment
thing
to
is
approve
they
the
put
line.
it in.
and go.
And it's in Logan City's court to resolve that as far as it's currently in their court to do the next piece of the puzzle that's going to remedy that. And we've been waiting for them to contact us with that piece of the puzzle that's in their court, so
Well, I love it that my toilet flushes.
it does and it continually will.
Good.
At least we're uphill from selling, huh?
From London. Okay, so we have a motion,
What's
I
that?
said, no, we don't have septic.
Okay.
motion and a second, all in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries. The 2 study items,
Can I comment on those two study items?
yes, please.
Okay. The short-term rentals,
Can we hand her that mic so she doesn't have to stand up?
It doesn't,
yeah, it's okay, I can stand.
We better fix that.
I'm only gonna comment like for 40 seconds.
Okay,
The home-based micro school, that state code went into effect on May 1st. So right now, people can do home-based micro schools. And we don't have any. We are
there are no
totally
rules.
of state code.
Okay.
So that is just refining the state code to put our little innuendos on it. The second one is the short-term rentals that you've already reviewed before, and then I put those 2 options for you to look at. My suggestion is that we don't talk about these tonight, that we just schedule them for public hearing at your next meeting and move forward from there.
That works for me.
Yeah.
So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion. That we move forward with public hearing for item number 13, the home-based micro schools and micro education entity code introduction, and item number 14, short-term rental code amendment review. Although this isn't part of my motion, but I don't know that we need to do short-term rental amendment review. I kind of feel like we could kick that can down the road.
Okay, well, we're putting it off for, we'll have that discussion. But your motion is to put these off until the next meeting.
Public hearings
We're having public hearings.
So will that be 4 public hearings in June?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'll be gone.
Well, that's why you're moving it down there.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
Let's move it till July.
The next, before we public hearing that, or?
Why not?
Well, we have already, not the micro school, but the short-term rentals we did.
Why don't we move it to July?
There's urgency in the short-term or in the micro schools. Because things could pop up this summer. And have no rules.
But the only issue really we can deal with is probably parking.
Maybe.
What do you think, Scarlett?
Does it matter if it's June or July?
We just are, like I said, we're at the mercy of the state code, which we pretty much are, we're staying really close with that. We're in, this is definitely compliant with state code. It just does. It does.
We just need to customize it for Providence.
It tells them they have to come and get a business license because state code says the cities may require. So they don't have to get a business license until we actually require. So there's a few things like that. We may require a conditional use. I mean, there's a few things that if they came in right now, we probably couldn't force. But it's probably not a big, I do know there's 2 different people that are really, really interested. Whether they end up doing it or not, I don't know, but I have had 2 separate individuals contact me about it.
So the problem is pretty minimal.
Yeah,
We're not at risk. We're not, we don't, not at risk for a liability of some kind.
probably not.
Okay.
It's just if they start the way it is, we don't get to go back and say, okay, now you have to do this.
Again, the risk is minimal.
Yeah.
So I'll make the motion that we move those items to to July for public hearing.
Well, it won't hurt for the public hearing. Cause we're not gonna vote on it. Right?
you can vote at the time of the public hearing if
We
you
can.
want, but you don't have to.
Okay, I thought Brent was suggesting to move it to July so that there's not so much on June in so many public hearings.
Well, just make sure that, because you 2 ladies are gonna be gone, you'll be connecting. By.
Try to put a gag order on all my young ones.
Or what you can
Otherwise,
do
you're
is
gonna have a
put it to
really
public hearing
noisy.
and give us the administrative, as we get to the agenda, we'll find, and we'll find out if we have the, we'll see. where our
Okay,
public
move it to
hearing-
public hearing indefinitely when there's room on the agenda.
We'll figure out that's where it needs to go.
That doesn't put a hard date on it, which is fine. We can,
We'll figure out
We can
where
work
we're
on
at with the quantity of the agenda and we'll see where we're going.
Yeah.
okay.
When they have room on the.
So we have a motion on the table.
I'll second.
Okay, second, any discussion?
I honestly don't think we need to do the short-term rental code amendments.
We don't have a short-term rental code.
At all.
Oh. Right, do we need that?
Does the state require it?
State requires we allow short-term rentals.
I think we're talking about 0.5% of total overall households that are actually doing this, or maybe 1%.
Probably less than that.
I kind of,
I don't know where it fall there.
The scope of the problem is not huge.
It couldn't be.
Okay,
Put it in the filing
Okay.
cabinet.
Yeah, I put it in the filing cabinet.
Which one, the round one or the square one? Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second. All in favor?
What was the motion? Just kick it down the road.
Kick them down the
Kick it
road.
down the road to an unspecified date.
13 more urgently than 14.
You want it?
But we can-
Hearing? You were asking for, Carrie, do you know?
Okay, I'm gonna amend, I'm sorry, it's after 10. Okay, item 13, put on an agenda as soon as reasonably there's room. Item number 14, we can put it off indefinitely as far as I'm concerned.
But I
As
do believe,
As far as yeah,
I do believe we need to give the staff some direction. That's our job.
We need to give them ammunition
And something to handle when it comes up. So rather than kicking it clear down the road, let's go a month or two, but let's address it. I think we need to address it.
okay,
Because the concern I have is you start getting noise, you guys getting parking problems, you get things going on that we don't have any teeth in to do anything about.
Okay, the motion says we can put it on when we want to,
yeah,
basically.
when the agenda allows.
so 13 will be as soon
As soon as possible.
we can. 14 will be at the discretion of the mayor,
Yeah,
then it's not on staff.
yeah,
Good idea.
when the agenda is light.
Okay, so amend your motion.
Anything else?
Item 13. Sometime this summer.
ASAP.
Item 14, at the discretion of the mayor when we have time.
Okay. Second, I've got a second.
Sorry, Ty, hope you brought your white out.
He's got a recording, so that's good. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, can we do really fast staff reports? You kind of did yours, right?
Sure.
We missed them last month, even though it's so late.
I think we're willing to report that we have worked hard to get you to this agenda. We appreciate all the support and effort. I think I've visited with each of you at least throughout the month or more. If you have any questions with what's happening, First Tees, Fiber.
His door is open.
Yeah, let me know. I'm happy to give you any update you'd like throughout the month, and we'd be happy to sit down and give you any update you'd like. But in the interest of time, it's late and we'd all like to go home and Ty would like to drive back to Brigham City.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I just make one quick comment?
No.
Less than 30 seconds.
Okay,
I really think we as a council, at some point in time soon, need to give Ryan some direction on the sidewalk on 100 East. Cause he's feeling like, where are we at as a council? And I don't know, I think we need to give him some direction. He's got a grant. Needs to be utilized, and I think he's looking for direction from the staff, from the council.
I don't blame you.
Is next month soon enough?
Is what?
Next month.
Would be nice to have the whole council here unless, but whatever.
I mean, it would be nice. We could change
Certainly
the
would be
date of
nice.
next month's meeting.
Yeah,
and-
Well, I do know that
Date of
group,
next month's meeting if you need to.
Do it on Juneteenth.
the group, the
Then
first
take your holiday.
south group
Whatever.
Yeah.
wants to open. First east group wants to open the plan, the general plan. And they're gonna put in an application, so that will drive what we do.
On Juneteenth, when you could move the council meeting from the 19th. Or from the 26th to the 19th, and I think the county is celebrating the holiday on the Monday instead of the Wednesday.
So we could have a council meeting on.
So we could have it on the
Take
ninth.
holiday on
Oh, you
another
could, and then we could take the holiday on the Monday instead of the.
On the
on the
seventeenth.
Wed- yeah.
day. Then you would miss a council meeting.
I would be happy to be here.
Janelle, you're gonna be in town?
I'll be here.
Okay.
I don't care, whatever.
Well,
Okay, so
All right, so we would be willing to
Unless,
make a
unless
modification if you want like that.
staff already has plans on the 19th.
We always have plans, but that's all right. We'll make it, we'll adjust
Or
everything.
could we do the 18th?
No, I think we could do the 19th. That puts it back on the 3rd. It keeps it consistent for our public. We will have public hearings there. Good to be consistent. We'll modify the calendar.
And we'll show them how dedicated we are.
Yeah, but I think
Come on,
then
holiday.
moving the holiday to the 17th, you know, that may mess up our cemetery in their realm, but we'll figure that out administratively if that's what you want to do. So, but I think the county is celebrating it on the 17th instead of the 19th.
So when are we having council meeting in June? I'm a little bit lost.
That's what I'm asking.
So
Do we,
One on the 19th
if we
or the
move it, we
26th?
just need to advertise.
we just need to do the calendar.
Advertise it really well.
Yeah.
Because we don't want.
Nobody knows what we were gonna do.
Yeah, no
Especially
one-
since it's the budget approval.
Don't want to be confused.
We don't want anybody confused.
So,
We'll send you an email.
What's that? So you're going to say-
so Mayor, what would you like us to do on that?
I'm not confused. Let's go.
Let's do it on that Wednesday. Let's keep it
On the
consistent.
19th,
Mhm.
and we move the holiday to the 17th, is that
Right.
okay? All right, just so we're clear that that's the direction.
Okay. So we need a motion to adjourn, or do we have that?
I'll make a motion that we adjourn before Brent says anything.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Kept this here so long.
Just
No,
kidding.
It's always me.
It's all in good humor.
I'm gonna
It's all right.
bring my tape. Here, Tyler.